my paths. Like I have, I'm on Facebook, I'm on X, I'm on YouTube. I was on Instagram and I was on TikTok, but I got off of there after this whole China thing going on with them colluding with TikTok and telling them, well, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, or else, and actually spying on people and the things that they were doing on their account. So, bye bye. Don't need any of that crap. So, Jesus. Welcome, 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 everybody. If you guys have not been to this podcast, or you guys have not been able to get on here, let me open this real quick. Pretty cool. I got a new screen actually on a TV, and I'm able to project it onto the screen. So that's real quick. Sorry about that. But anyway, as I said before, we are live. And take this off, bring it on over. Bring it on over. Okay, that's not what I wanted. So bring this back. Full screen here. Go back. Bring this over. And put it over here. There we go. All right. Sweetness. So hopefully everybody is doing good. Everybody is doing fine. Not sure. Let me see if I can get over here. There we go. Got to set up my, like I said, everything was changed. Everything. All right, there we go. Hopefully this works. I hope. So, welcome everybody to Seeker of the Unknown, episode 14. And one thing I wanted to start off by is saying welcome. If you are a truth seeker, if you are somebody who is into the unknown, if you are somebody who is into spiritual aspects of elevating yourself to a higher plane, welcome. If you're somebody who is into theories on government, secrets, shadow governments, just anything to do with our world that we live in, if you are wanting to question those things, you have come to the right place. We're going to discuss a lot of things here. If you haven't had a chance to, go to the page Seeker of the Unknown. You'll find it on Facebook, and check it out. The live streams, the past live streams are actually on there. So you guys will get a chance to go ahead and look at those if you need to. If you want to, you can also go on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel. And there is actually a playlist with every single episode already put in order for you. And all you have to do is just go on there, click on Seeker of the Unknown for YouTube. And when you get inside, you'll find out under the little tab section, it'll say playlists or podcasts. Go in there and you'll see the playlist for the Seeker of the Unknown and the YouTube page. So with that being said, welcome everybody. And as I said before, this is a place where you can feel free to just come on and have a discussion with me and with others who join in on the chats. And we, meaning us as a collective, together, we'll dive into this stuff and get it going here. All right, episode 14. There we go. Cool stuff. I got to put something on there. But anyway, so today's episode is going to be pretty good. I had posted a lot of things on the page pertaining to what's been going on this week, and it has been nothing short of insane. A lot of people talking about the bridge incidents that are happening around in the U.S. We've had 3, I believe, so far. The major one being in Baltimore. Everybody's saying that that was a terrorist hacking incident, and obviously the Obama group is saying that there's no such thing and there's nothing going on. So nothing to see here. Just a random guy who lost his composure or power outage on a ship and just happens to run into a bridge, right? I don't think so. There's got to be more story. And the incidents that are happening over in the Middle East that are plaguing everybody over there, we wish you the best. Our prayers and our thoughts go out to everybody affected by this. And hopefully they'll get this whole thing remedied and situated, because this is not benefiting anybody. There are no winners in this, only dictators, occupiers, and death dealers. So I'm sorry if you're in support of this whole funding of this genocide operation in the Middle East with Israel and Palestine. But as I said before, I mean, it's just nonsense. And anybody who's ever been in conflict or been in a situation like that would wish that on nobody. And like I said, you know, for something blatantly to happen, and for your intelligence, who you have is the best in the world, and you have the US by your side, to not know that something was going to happen, especially when other countries had the intel and have given it to you and you just blew it off, you know, it seems to me like you failed your own country. So I think the people that they need to be blaming is their own government. And I'm not saying that, you know, what the Hamas terrorists did was right. By no means do I support or condone anything that any terrorist does. Fuck them all for all I care. And but all I'm saying is if your government lets you down like the U.S. has done with us before, like they are continuously doing now, by letting these infiltrators come into our country and letting them infiltrate our homeland by the thousands, we're actually seeing the takeover happen right in front of our eyes. Because if you don't realize that these people are here to not seek refuge in our homes, our homeland, they are here to destroy our country from inside and do unspeakable things. And as I said before, I had posted something on my Facebook this week. Let me see if I can't get on here and all right, let's see, is this it? Yes, it is. There was a video I had posted earlier this week regarding this intel of information that has come out saying that there is planned and plotted attacks against United States citizens, Christians, non-Muslims. They are calling for attacks against all non-Muslim personnel, people. And it seems, I guess, that none of the I haven't seen any of this in the media, period. At all. So I was just wondering if anybody else had seen anything about this. Oh, here we go. The BlackRock. That's what I wanted to get to. The infamous black rock at the North Pole, the magnetic north, the center of the earth. I want to check this out. Let's see if we can pull this video up real quick. Because this is very, very interesting. All right, let's check this out. Ah, weird people. So as I said before, these are things that people are posting of these things that are hidden from people because these are a lot of things that just don't get posted. So you don't hear or see a lot of the things that are being uh, discovered because they don't want a lot of things to be shown. So if anybody else has seen this, let me know what you think. I think it's pretty crazy because it makes a lot of sense with a lot of historical um, narratives that we have seen before. That was one of them. Um, I had posted something about the sky ice down in Antarctica. The scientists are talking about the pure this ice that they are. What the hell is this? Oh, I'm all looking at something. I'm like, what the heck? I'm trying to find. All right, so it's not on here. Let's go to the other one. What I'm trying to find is the video I had posted about the terrorist threats that they have brought through, and see if I can't find that stuff real quick because I wanted to share it with you guys because I'm not sure if everybody had seen it or was aware of it. Uh, yeah, man, this is so weird. Like everything that I had on my Google is gone. Everything. It's crazy. Let me see. Cancel that. I don't know. Anybody else having that problem? All right. Let me see if I can find this. bum, bum, bum. The channel. No, I do not. Thank you very much. Playlists. All right. Truths in plain sight. Let's see. No, don't want to see that. Is it in here? Man, what in the holy hell? All my stuff is just like gone. Everything. All my stuff that I had saved or yeah, gone. I don't understand that. That's crazy. Where did it go? Yeah, all my stuff, Agent Truths, everything is just not where I had it. Um, wow, this is crazy. I'm sorry, folks. I had a whole thing prepped up and ready to go, but it looks like nothing. That's insane. Hmm. All right, let's see if I could find it again. But do do do. Ah, where are you? Hmm. This is crazy. All my stuff is just gone. Everything. Wow. Wow. This is crazy. Okay, let me see here. Um Me? Let me see if I can get on this liked one. Let me see. Is this it? Okay, here we go. Let's check this out. If you have not gone to redacted, I highly recommend that you do. This is the husband and wife who run the show. Love them to death, and they do a really great job. Let's hear what they've got to say because they're gonna be presenting this whole thing. So, all right, let me get over here and get back into the small screen so you guys can see it. All right, let's check this out.
This is the threat, a wave of terror attacks coming to the United States and Europe, according to the Islamic State, which just released a new message this weekend. This is why Putin, by the way, is closing down his borders and leading mass deportations right now, while the U.S. border is wide open and the Biden administration is doing everything it can to let terrorists into the United States. The Muslim extremists basically called on lone wolves to attack people everywhere. So just if you're a lone wolf out there, you join up. In the message, spokesman Abu Ansari called
Sorry, got some issues with stream.
On the movement's lone wolves to attack targets Christians and Jews in the United States and Israel.
So as I said before, a lot of people don't hear this
during the month of Ramadan, which of course ends on April 10th. The latest ICE threat.
It's not being reported by mainstream media. Obviously, they're not going to want everybody to see this because they don't give a shit, and they're not going to tell you the truth. So what you're hearing from the hosts of the show Redacted is something that was put out but never released publicly on mainstream media because a lot of people, I mean, obviously it's going to cause mass panic, or people are going to be tripping out, and they're worried about them being racial profiling and yada yada yada. But at the same time, as I said before, we have these terrorists coming free in the United States right now. And here you have the Islamic State spokesman Abu Hudafa al-Ansari calling for lone wolves to pull out attacks on the United States and Europe.
ISIS threat comes just days after several European nations issued warnings of potential attacks in Europe by this terrorist group. So countries in Europe have issued terror alerts. France, for instance, is now at its highest ever. But this afternoon, if you go to the Department of Homeland Security to find out the latest on terror alerts in the United States, nothing. I mean, and
we do not even have warnings from our own government on this issue. Why is that? As I said before, I'll bring you guys things and I'll show you stuff. Just want to give a big shout out to my Thea Rachel. She's watching right now. I love you very much. Tell Uncle Jaime I said hi. But back to what I was saying is that why are we not getting reports? Why are we not getting warned about these things? Why are we not getting the information put out that, oh, hey, something might be going on? I wonder why. Is it because they don't want us to know anything? Is it because they don't want us to be aware of what's happening? Because they want something to happen. They want us to be enclosed. They want these fools to be able to run free and to do whatever they want. And we're just going to end up taking whatever happens.
The United States loves terror alerts. They love putting up, like they used to have the red, green, whole,
oh yeah, it's our favorite,
the rainbow. So no current advisories in the United States. Don't you find that odd? I mean, they're literally telling us they're going to attack the United States, and there's no alerts. Okay.
Well, when you're in charge of propagating the ones in the other countries, then of course it's not going to happen here because we're the ones doing it over there.
We're the ones funding it. Yeah, exactly. We're the ones funding these attacks. We're the
But you're saying that if the United States is behind it and we can warn about our own nefarious business, we like it. But if it's actual legit alerts from outside intelligence that we have nothing to do with, we can't be bothered with it because we can't use it. Right?
I think that's, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Actions are louder than words, and Putin's response to the terror attack in Moscow is about to have massive implications for Ukraine and the United States involvement there of that terror attack. Putin
Listen to what he's saying.
Not an emotional guy.
Listen to
we've
what
covered
he's saying
here on the show quite extensively with guests explaining that he's in fact, he's more of a, kind of calm individual. I think people would like him to fly off the handle, but he doesn't. But his actions, so the way his demeanor is one thing, but his actions are on multiple locations. Here, check out this. So here's a bunch of different locations going into the airports here. You can see the military rounding these individuals up, keeping them in a single file line, making sure they're going through the proper channels, and then they're being flown out of here, flown out of Russia. Hit the road, Jack. Packed airport. Look at this this video coming.
Listen, folks. I know everybody gets a lot of different viewpoints. We only get told what our freaking media lies to us about. We only get told about the things that happen that our media wants us to be involved in or be aware of. You do not see this on mainstream media. I haven't seen it. I really don't watch mainstream media. So if you've seen it and they've been posting it, good for them. This is what a leader does for his country to secure it, to ensure the safety of his people is well taken care of, is round up the people who are making threats as a whole. Now, I understand. We can't just sit here and round up every Middle Eastern person and be like, okay, well, you're involved. We're going to get your ass out of here. I understand that. But during World War II, the same thing happened. The United States rounded up all Asians, Japanese included, because of what happened at Pearl Harbor, and put them in concentration camps. And these are American citizens. These are people who are married to officers in the military, who have husbands that were in the military. Their families were being rounded up and put in concentration camps for the safety of the United States. Now, does that make it wrong? No. Because if you're talking about the safety of a nation, of a people as a whole, if you have, as we just seen, ISIS coming out and saying, hey, we want to carry out attacks against all Christians, all Jews, all Israelis in Europe, in the United States, wherever you're going to be. And they're putting this out there for people to see it. Wouldn't it make sense to get people who are undocumented that are coming into this country illegally that would have some affiliation with ISIS and round them up and get them out of the country? It makes sense. So people bashing Putin for doing what he's doing for the country, his country, and doing everything he can to make his people safe, you can't hate the guy. You can't bash on the man for doing something. And not only is he doing something, but he is wanting to hold the United States and the Ukrainian government responsible. Watch the rest of this video.
In this afternoon, a packed airport of illegal migrants waiting to be flown out of Russia.
That is quite the dragnet, right? So this is the kind of thing that the United States were afraid of, rounding people up and deporting them if they don't have documents. But then when you see it actually happening, it's shocking because normally we see those lines heading into our country, not out.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, it really is a tale of two borders right now, right? Mass deportation. Look at this. Here's another line of hundreds of illegal immigrants being marshaled through.
Get them out.
Muslim origin, according to reports in Russia. This is not going to get any press in the United States. They'll keep this quiet, of course.
Of course.
So what do we think of this then? They're clearly not all terrorists. We think that Russia is just no longer going to be lenient with its immigration system, and they're saying we cannot afford that.
I think I think the West has been ignoring the response from the Moscow terror attack. Imagine what would happen in the United States if 144 people were slaughtered at an event, right?
We would do nothing.
Well, I like to think, I know, I like to think we would do something. Sometimes we
would launch a war on Iraq.
We would launch. We would go somewhere else. Right.
the victims.
Right.
In most
So
cases, that's probably nothing.
probably not. Okay.
But it's scary to think.
And they're making valid points because they're saying, look, we are only interested in things that we can control. You know, we don't want to hear anything about whatever because it has nothing to do with us. Because it pretty much it's going to come back to the United States, as they're going to point out in a few, that Putin's advisors have told him, after doing a lot of investigation with these criminals, these terrorists that they caught, that they were actually being funded by the CIA working out of the Ukraine government. And I think he's going to end up saying it here in a little bit, is that Putin is calling out the United States and Ukraine and telling them, you have amount of time to hand over the people that were responsible for this, or else. And as he said before, and I've said it in the podcast myself, I am all for a president, a leader, somebody who is in control of a population that is looking out for the well-being of its citizens, no matter what the stakes. Because that's what we have in the United States under Donald Trump. Now, I'm not saying that I support everything that the man says that comes out of his mouth, but truly, it is better than the option that we have now. We have a man who is in power, who is just taking control of our government and just whoring us out to everybody.
Have empathy for other people. It's terrifying to think all the terrorists being flown into the United States. It's terrifying to think if they're not terrorists being dragged out.
Why is it terrifying if legal immigrants why is that terrifying?
Well, the idea that innocent people will be caught up in this dragnet, right? And so I guess my follow-up question was, if the people can legitimately prove a background check and apply to get back in, is that an option for them?
I don't know.
All right, let me copy this video and I'll let you guys check it out. And you guys can check it out for yourselves. There it is. But I love this show. And the reason why I care about watching it is because they give a lot of information and they will show you what is being said versus what is being narrated through, certain channels, I guess, of mainstream media, because you're not going to get that information anywhere else. And you're certainly not going to hear the truth from the horse's mouth, so to speak. A lot of things that we're seeing right now are for a purpose. And as I said before, we're seeing this buildup of military forces in the Middle East. We are seeing the United States being brought down to its knees by this shadow government that is actually running and taking over the country. By the choices that they're making, they are actually holding us to their will, because we're printing money that we don't have. As you've seen on the redacted in the back, they had the debt amount up there. If you missed it, they have it posted on their background screen. And what are we going to do? I mean, what are we going to do when the dollar is just like people start finding out that the dollar is just worthless? Can't do nothing, right? I mean, what are we going to do? Because that's exactly where the position that they're putting us in. They're telling us, hey, we have all this money, but we don't. We do not have money to just be printing out. We don't have money just to be handing out to these other governments and loaning out stuff, weapons and armaments. And a lot of the times people don't look at it that way because we're just living our lives. We're trying to survive and live day to day and pay our bills and get through as much as we can. So when things like this are happening in the background, nobody's really paying attention to it until the shit hits the fan. And that's what everybody's, projecting. That's what's going to end up coming to fruition. And it's sad to say that this is something that is going to happen, but hopefully it doesn't. I know a lot of things have been coming out about this solar eclipse. A lot of predictions going back to ancient times and the correlation between ancient scriptures and prophecies of what is laid out with what we're seeing in the world today. We have mass chaos. We've got, countries turning on each other. Africa, Haiti, right now, we've seen this big thing with Haiti and this big uproar after this big prison escape. And now they're sending military units over there to try and help them round these guys up and get everything back into, situated. We've got the Middle East, we've got Russia, we've got Europe in shambles right now. We've got chaos in the United States. Obviously, we've got a bunch of crap that's going on in the US, and it just seems like some Armageddon type crap. And now we have these allegations that CERN, if you haven't looked at it or you don't know anything about it, CERN is a giant hadron collider. And I think it's like 12 miles long. And they're actually building a second one that is going to be 30 miles long. And like I said, I don't like using the word conspiracy theorist, but the theory on the CERN collider is this, that in 2012, I believe, when the hadron collider was turned on for the first time, it created a time shift, which they believe started the Mandela effect, because there was a lot of people who remember things as they were versus as they are now. And we are seeing a lot of things that have changed and a lot of evidence that has come out to validate this. And one of the evidence to come out of this was really shocking is everybody remembers Fruit of the Loom's design, correct? With the cornucopia, with the fruit coming out of the back of it. Fruit of the Loom themselves have actually stated there was no cornucopia in any of their designs, which was a lie. And there have been people that have brought out their clothing and showed them, hey, look, I've got this shirt with the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia on it. How do you explain that? Why would a company so big lie about something like that? What are they trying to cover up? This is the thing that I was talking about a little bit last week, I believe. was the narrative or the push for these people to lie and cover up our history, to change our way of life by changing our history, to alter it in a way that the generation that had no recollection of it will never know about it. But the generation who knew of it remembers it for what it was, like the Nelson Mandela issues. A lot of people remember him dying in prison back in the 80s, but we see that he died in what, 2013? You've got a lot of shifts in things as such as, name brand things that you see at the store, misspelled books, people lying about the Sinbad movie, about him being the genie. And people are coming out with the videos because they have the VHS tapes and they're saying, hey, look, I've got it, and posting it online. And if you ever see the video, let me see if I'm going to get this real quick. I'm going to post this in the right here in the comments section as well. This video, the second video that I'm posting right here, I'm not sure if everybody can see it, but it is on the YouTube and the Secret of the Unknown page. So if you're not on my Secret of the Unknown podcast page and you're on my personal account, go over to the Secret of the Unknown page, like and subscribe to the channel, to the podcast, and look at the video links that I am putting up on there, and you will see for yourself what I'm talking about. All right. The second one that I posted on there, the first one was of the video I had posted from the Redacted podcast and the crew doing their whole spiel on the terrorists calling out for attacks and jihad, blah, blah, blah. The second video that I posted is really scary because this video shows that the government has been planning this all along, and the things that you are seeing now as far as the transgender movement, the LGBTQ movement, the defamation of our religious structure, the breakdown in family structure. Give me a second. I'm going to close this window because it's like snowing really bad and the sun's coming in. Hold on. All right, that's better. Ooh, sorry. As much as I like winter and snow, it's freaking cold outside. All right. Everything that you see, there is a plan for everything. And these government officials who are pushing these agendas so hard of defacing historical monuments, rewriting our history structure and getting our kids to not be taught historical facts as it was, or just getting rid of them completely. There is a Soviet defector who was in the 80s. God, this is so crazy. He predicted everything that is happening now because this was a planned attack on the United States to infiltrate its structure from the government heads on down to the little Joe Schmoes who were walking around on the streets. This is why they have these people in office, like, what's her name? Our AOC, Ocasio-Cortez. That we're getting people who have no fucking clue about the government, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and they're getting into positions dictating and making up laws, voting on things, voting on agendas that are going to ruin our country. They have ruined our country. Our country is, if you are not savvy to what is going on, our country is in war right now with itself. This is what's going on. You've got people who are opposing what is happening in the government. And you have people who are all for the government, who are pro-government, who have nothing to do with just give me, take care of us and do whatever you're going to want to do. So this guy predicted this whole thing, and it's because you will see what he's saying is actually what's going on now. So let's take a look at this real quick.
Periods, time-wise. If we start from here and go this way, time, right? This is the beginning point. The first stage of subversion is the process which is called basically demoralization.
Listen to what he's saying.
What it is.
And think about everything that is going on in our society right now.
Say 15 to 20 years to demoralize a society.
This was 20 years ago now, folks. 9/11 happened 20 years ago.
Why 15 or 20 years? This is the time sufficient to educate one generation of students or children. One generation, one lifetime span of a person, a human being, which is dedicated to study, to shaping up the outlook, ideology, personality.
What is Generation Z?
This is exactly what they planned.
No more
Chaos.
No. Usually it takes from 15 to 20 years. So we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? These are the areas of application of subversion. What it means exactly? In case of religion, destroy it, ridicule
What
it,
he's saying.
which bring people's attention, faith, whether it is naive, primitive, doesn't really matter. As long as the basically accepted religious dogma is being slowly eroded and taken away from the supreme purpose of religion, to keep people in touch with the supreme being, that serves the purpose. Therefore, replace it, accepted, respected religious organizations with fake organizations.
Americans' beliefs are becoming more post-Christian, and concurrently religious identity is changing. Enter Generation Z, born between 1999 and 2015.
Hello.
They are the first truly post-Christian generation.
Distract people's attention from the real faith and attract them to various different faiths. Education. Distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality, anything, as long as it takes you away.
A 2018 study came out of Norway that shot them down. It showed that IQ is not just dropping across all of society uniformly, or on average, it's dropping specifically within individual families.
Social life.
You see all these people that are sitting in this, they're looking at this and they're like, I wonder if these people really know that this man just predicted the downfall of societies across the globe, not just in the United States, but everywhere. And we're seeing his fruition now. Listen to what he's saying. You tear down religion, okay? And it all started with 9/11. Think about this. What happened in 9/11? The Patriot Act. The Patriot Act took away all of our freedoms. These people are able to spy on you, collect your data, collect your information, know where you are, know what you're doing. You can't go anywhere without them knowing. And you have a generation of children, like they said, from 1999 to 2015. Because they're not aware of the change and the shift. They're going along because now you can implement everything he's talking about, the changing of religion. Get him into studying, indoctrinating him with something else that they're not based on. Faith doesn't mean anything. Find something else. Replace it with something. Education. You see now that our education system is shot. You have these idiots implementing crap that is not helping our children. It is not helping our children grow in a society and mentally and physically. I know a lot of people probably see these posts about, oh man, look at this education system or this physical fitness video of people in the 1950s or the 1940s or the 1960s. Everybody was freaking thin. You had really thin people back then. Yeah, you had a couple of chubby people, but that was probably just due to some health issues. They probably had thyroid problems. But for the most part, everybody was military ready. Not anymore. Not anymore, folks.
Replace traditionally established institutions and organizations with fake organizations.
Fake organizations.
Take away the initiative from people. Take away the responsibility from naturally established links between individuals, group of individuals, and society at large, and replace them with artificially, bureaucratically controlled bodies.
Is social media ruining our social lives?
Got him.
When's the last time you've walked into a restaurant and saw an entire table of friends on their phone? Or maybe even your family in the morning, each content to be in their own world, nearly unaware of the reality around them.
Okay, away from the natural links, power structure. Okay, the natural...
This is why you get a lot of people, and I'm all for this. Get the fuck off your phone. Get the fuck off your phone. When you come home from work, you're with your family, you spend time together, you sit down and you eat dinner, you guys socialize. That whole core construct is gone. And as he said, that was one of the 5, 6 steps that he's talking about. Obliterate that core construct. People are so focused on social media and virtual reality and the world that's in your phone that you don't give a shit about everything. Look at all the kids now. They think it's cool to go out and beat the shit out of somebody at school because they want to be a punk. Pick on a kid and then start filming it like they're going to be famous or something. Or something tragic happens and people want to put their fucking phone up. Their mind has become so programmed that phone has become something a part of them. It's like not even, not even a question. They just do it. So why the distraction? It's to keep people dumb. It's to keep this new generation stupid. Which, we're seeing a lot of.
Bodies of administration, which are traditionally either elected by people at large or appointed by elected leaders of society, are being actively substituted by artificial bodies. The bodies of people, groups of people whom nobody elected. Never.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, most of the people don't like them at all, and yet they exist. One of such group is media. Who elected them? Mm-hmm. How come they have so much power? Almost monopolistic power on your mind. But who elected them? How come they have a nerve to decide what is good and what is bad for the elected by you, president, and his administration?
You've probably heard this term.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
The level of mediocrity in a big establishment like New York Times, Los Angeles Times, major television network, you don't have to be excellent journalist. You have to be exactly a mediocre journalist. Whether you are better or worse doesn't really matter anymore. As soon as you are smiling to the camera and do your job. Power structure slowly is eroded by the bodies and groups of people who do not have neither qualification nor the will of people to keep them in power, and yet they do have power.
I do think several of them will be successful, not just at the 50% level, but the 80-90% level in terms of blocking transmission and sick.
Okay.
I don't even know what to say about that guy. Oh yeah, I'm a fucking Microsoft hack freaking thief, stealing ideas from other people, making millions, billions of dollars, but here I am talking to you about medicine because I know what I'm talking about.
Together with that, there is another process. Law enforcement, law and order organization and structure is being eroded. For the last 20, 25 years, if you see old movies and new movies, you can see that in new movies, a policeman, an officer of the United States Army looks dumb, angry, psychotic, paranoid. A criminal looks nice, kind of, but basically he's a nice human being. He's creative. And he's unproductive only because society oppresses him. Whereby a general of Pentagon is always, by definition, a war maniac. A policeman is a pig, rude policeman. He abuses his power. You know? A generalization like that.
I just want to say something before he gets into this, keeps going on with this. This is something that has been implemented a long time. And it started with little things. If anybody knows or has seen that movie State of Jones, where you have Matthew McConaughey playing a historical figure of a Civil War, I believe it was Civil War, officer who left the fight to go back home to his plantation, let his slaves go. I believe that's what happened. I've seen it when it first came out, so correct me if I'm wrong if you've seen it. But he wants to fight for he's helping these slaves come to his home, his property, and he's hiding them out. And he's fighting for their rights. Because they're free now. But you see them when they go you see that when in the movie when they go to vote, the guys that are sitting inside of the voting registration, building where they have to go to, they have two ballot boxes, Democrat, Republican. And Matthew McConaughey comes in and he's telling them these men have come to vote. And the guy's looking at him and he's like, yeah, we don't have any Republican ballots. All we have is Democrat ballots. And he's like, well, these men want Republican ballots. And it becomes like a standoff thing where like you see the people that are with Matthew McConaughey start getting their revolvers ready. Like, if we got to go down, we're going to go down fighting for our right. But that's what I'm saying is that this stuff has been implemented for a long time. The racial wars, the segregation, the differentiating between, people because of what they look like. It is a structure that has happened from the top. When you're a child, you're not inherently looking at another kid because of their race tone or their skin tone or their race and saying, oh, well, that kid's, this or that. No, you don't do that stuff until you learn when you get older that people are like, oh, well, they're different because they're this or because of that color or whatever. Or I'm not going to hang out with that person, or we can't go chill with them because, they don't know how to It's just stupid little things. We let little things, because of what they tell us or what we see on TV or what's pushed out in the media, to dictate us. And this man is
The
talking
hatred,
exactly
the
about it.
mistrust to the people who are supposed to protect you and enforce law and order. Okay, labor relations. At this stage, within 15 to 20 years, we destroy the traditionally established links of bargaining between employer and employee. I was made to believe by media, by business, by advertising agencies that I need more and more and more. Have you ever heard any advertising on TV to consume less? No.
Right.
No way. Whether you need a six-cylinder car or not, you have to buy it. And hurry up. Save by buying more. The moment you bring a country to the point of almost total demoralization, when nothing works anymore, when you are not sure whether it is right or wrong, good and bad, but there's no division between evil and good, when even the leaders of church sometimes say, well, violence for the sake of justice, especially social justice, is justified. And we listen to.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting fucking goosebumps just listening to this guy, because everything that he is saying is something that has been planned. We're watching it unfold, and we've been watching it unfold since Obama's been in office. Just saying. We no longer understand the line between good and evil, good and bad, right and wrong. You see this generation of kids these days that think it's okay to do the fucking wrong thing because it's cool. And as he said, you even see leaders standing up and talking about, oh, well, you know, it's okay because they don't want to be seen as somebody who's going against the grain. They don't want to speak the truth because they're afraid of getting, repercussions of it. People are afraid to stand up and say, no, this is fucking wrong. It's wrong. Because they're so afraid of getting repercussioned on, having the repercussions fall on them. And it's crazy because this man is speaking exactly what has happened or what is happening in our country right now. So if you want to thank the people who are destroying our democracy, our way of life that we knew, that shit, those days are gone. Those days are gone.
Them and say, yeah, probably it's true. Is it true? No, it is not true. Violence is not justified, especially for the sake of quote-unquote social justice introduced by Marxist-Leninists. The next step is destabilization. Again, this word says for itself what it is. To destabilize all the relations, all the accepted institutions and organizations in a country of your enemy. How you do it? You don't have to send a battalion of KGB agents to blow up bridges. No. You let them do it themselves. So
did you just hear what this man just said? Fuck me. Destabilizing it. Oh, you don't fucking send people to go blow up a bridge. You let their own country do it. Are we starting to see something pretty crazy here? This is like fucking watching The Simpsons or something.
the area of application here is narrowing down to economy, again, labor relations, right? To law and order, plus military. Yes, and again, the media. Okay, basically 3 areas. Economy side. Here it's radicalization. On the stage of destabilization, we cannot come to compromise even within a family. The husband and wife couldn't figure out which is better. They cannot come to compromise unless they start a fight. It's impossible to reach a compromise, constructive compromise between neighbors. Radicalization of human relations. No more compromise. Fight, fight, fight. The normal, traditionally accepted relations are destabilized.
On the right, conservatives, you're always talking about taxes and
There we go.
regulations and big government. And on the left,
Separating.
liberals talking about economics. It's always about income inequality, right?
The divide between the left and the right is as bad as it's been in really any of our lifetime.
The relations between teachers and students in schools and colleges fight. The relations between, in economical sphere, between laborers and employers are further radicalized. No more acceptance of the legitimacy of demands of workers. The society at large becomes more and more antagonistic between individuals, between groups of individuals, and the society at large. The media puts himself in the opposition to the society in general, at large.
Which is how you see it on The View. When you have these women that are sitting up here and all they care about, yak, 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 talk crap about President Trump, talk so much about how Joe Biden is the best, how the economy is the best, the border has never been better, there's nothing to see here. This goes along with what I've been saying of the narrative of hiding things in plain sight. These people don't care. They've been planning this crap all along. And why are we allowing it?
Separate, alienated. Okay? On that stage, you remember I was talking a couple of hours ago about the sleepers. That's when the students from, say, United States, if they are trained in Lumumba University, or developing nations, that's the students I was dealing with, are being sent back. Or if they were already in the United States, in the country, which is the object of subversion, they spring to action. The sleepers go up. They slept for 15 to 20 years. Now they become leaders of groups, preachers, I don't know, public figures. Prominently they actively include themselves in a political process. Now he makes it a political issue. He demands recognition, respect, human rights, and he rallies a large group of people. And there are violent clashes between him and police, his group and ordinary people, no matter what. It's black against white, yellows against green, doesn't matter where the division line goes. As long as this group come into antagonistic clash, sometimes militantly, sometimes with firearms, that is destabilization process. The sleepers become leaders of the process of destabilization.
So as I said, this is just something that I wanted to post because I wanted to share this information and then get this information out. If you haven't seen it, check it out. God, I can't stand this. This glare on my glasses is ridiculous. But it's hard for me to see without my glasses. It gets really crappy. So anyway, as you see in putting this information out there so that way you guys can check it out yourself. Like I said, I'm just sharing the narrative on certain issues, and you guys can check it out and make your own decisions. That's all I'm saying. The one thing that we can all agree on is that things are not what we used to remember them as. They're not. We are not growing up in the same era or the same attitude that we grew up in when we were younger as kids. It's a total shift from night to day. Complete distinction. And when we can truthfully say that this is wrong, letting people tell us for ourselves, that's the point, folks. Don't let these people tell you what is right and wrong. You should know. And if you don't know, that's the problem. Things that should be done, things that shouldn't be done. Oh man, it's okay. And now you got all these groups, BLM, LGBTQ, whatever the fuck. And people are just like going along with these. Look at, live your life and do. There is no division between anything. I had a bunch of friends that were gay in high school. The subject never came up. You either knew or you didn't. But all of a sudden it became a big thing where it had to be blown up. Well, you know, I'm going to live my life how I want out in the open and just not give a fuck about what anybody thinks. That's in itself what lies as the problem, because you're putting your business out there for people to freaking criticize, ridicule, and say things about you. And then you want to get mad at them for saying the things that they're saying. And this is with anything. There are things that need to be addressed, yes. But I'm not going to put my business of what's going on that I hate out on the table. And then when people start criticizing or saying things to me, like I was saying a while back on a few episodes back, that some people were arguing or talking crap to me about on the flat earth discussion, which is really, like, I don't believe it, or I don't, disbelieve it. Because like I said, I haven't been there. I haven't seen it for myself. A lot of evidence is pointing to the contrary of what we've been told growing up. And it's like, this is pretty crazy to think that if we have been lied to this whole time about our Earth, our planet being flat or being on a plane that is, we're just one spot on this vast plane with other areas of civilizations around us. This is crazy, is it not? I mean, is this something that, would be mind-blowing? I mean, we've already had government officials come out and tell us that aliens are real. UFOs are real. The technology is there. We have reverse engineered this technology to benefit us against our enemies. Who's our fucking enemies? We're all human beings, right? We live on this planet together. If the threat is not of this planet, but yet we're sitting here squabbling and fighting over resources that everybody can benefit from, yes or no? I mean, are we not on a planet that has enough food, resources? There we go. For us to live on? Yes. We've got fucking people starving in countries. There's other countries that show videos of Americans, homeless people, talking about, for $1 a day, you too can save an American citizen who is starving and malnourished in North America. What the freak? And this whole time, my aunts and my grandparents were giving out dollars every month to these subscribed telethon things on TV. And we got freaking Americans starving in their backyard. Oh man, what is this world coming to, folks? I don't understand it. I really, really don't. Yeah, just completely insane. Who would have thought? Jumping back into what I was saying about the the ancient truths. What are we being hidden from? What is the big deal about hiding a narrative of who we are and where we come from? Giants, mythical creatures that are living in the earth, creatures that we thought were dead and gone, like dinosaurs, that were supposedly gone billions of years ago, but yet we find them on stone tablets carved with people writing on them, or pictures that are being painted of people on dinosaurs, or actual bones that still have tissue that are still on it that is pliable, that they can get DNA and extract it from. If these animals are actually dead and gone thousands of years ago, how in the hell are we able to do something and reconstruct them and bring them back? Or how are we seeing these creatures depicted on stones or depicted in pictures if they were billions of years ago? Because this is the thing. We are now finding dinosaur prints in the desert out west. I think it was in Arizona, where they found the dinosaur footprint with the human footprint. And they're going, whoa, 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 wait a minute. This shouldn't be here. But there it is, right in the old riverbed, lake bed, whatever it is. A human footprint with a dinosaur footprint. And now they want to say, oh, well, you know, it might just be one of those things where a human happened to be, you know, walking back from, you know, fishing or something, and he stepped in the same spot a dinosaur did billions of years ago. If that was the case, then the footprint of the dinosaur would have been eroded away by the water. Yes or no? I mean, I could go step in the creek right now and go freaking, you know, leave my footprint. And if it stays there, the water, if it's running, it's going to erode it away over time. Now, if it was on a muddy, marshy plain and you had two distinct footprints, one is not going to be the same as the other. A level of erosion on the older one is going to be more visible than the one that is newer. So if this is the case, then we've got evidence of human beings walking around with dinosaurs. How nuts is that? All right. I'm going to see if I can find some good person that I, you know, study up with on the information that he puts out is Billy Carson. I love him to death. Great dude. And I know a lot of the videos that I put out, a lot of people are like, but you got to realize something is that everything that we have been taught, everything that we know since childhood is a fucking lie. It's crazy. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you're watching this podcast, you are either interested, you felt it, you've understood it, something inkling inside you has been like, yeah, there's something that's got to be going on because you want to know the truth about certain things. Our past is one big, giant lie. I'm going to see if I can find the there's a video that somebody had posted, and it shows these construction crews. See if I can find this. But a lot of crews were digging, and They're underground. But if you don't understand, like I said before, that people are hiding this in plain sight, folks. This isn't something that is just a made up thing. On the first episode that I did when I first started this podcast, I was so hyped up. I was so happy and ready to go because I was like, man, I got all this stuff I want to talk about. You know, my wife was like, babe, it's going to be good. Because her and I were talking back and forth, and I think now she's probably just tired of my shit and doesn't want to hear it, and is like, yeah, just go talk on your podcast and leave me alone. But there is so much narratives that we do not understand, and one of them that was crazy was Tartaria, the ancient kingdom of Tartaria, and the lost and hidden technologies that were covered up, hidden from the population, not just here in the United States, but all over the world. And I had posted the documentation that the CIA had released that, yes, Tartaria was actually a real empire. And yes, the structures that were here on Earth in different societies back, and this isn't a long time ago, folks. We're talking about like the 1800s, 1700s, anything from 1908 and back. You see these grand structures. You see these elegant buildings. You see these vast halls of these churches that are so innate with freaking carvings that you think to yourself, holy shit, why are we not able to do this now? Why can we not replicate this? There is a reason that history as such was hidden from us. Because the knowledge of the ancients that was there, that was handed down from civilizations past. And I talk about the emerald tablets and how in the emerald tablets, Thoth comes down, who's a lot of people believe he is, one of the Anunnaki gods, Enki, I believe. And he's the bringer of wisdom and knowledge. And he's teaching humanity about building structures, and he's teaching them about, learning the art of science and learning these things that are going to benefit humanity. So human beings start progressing, they start building, they start getting into alchemy and being able to work with the elements that are here on Earth, and the progression of these human beings that were here at that time. The gods, An, who was the father, and then you have Enki and Enlil, who are brothers who are on Earth. One is in the sky, who is in charge of overseeing the entire the ecosystem, which was why I said, if we are a planted species that was planted here on Earth, that was mixed with the DNA, because it talks about it, they say, hey, let's make man in our own image. So they get their DNA and they mix it with a hominid that was here on Earth, and they started practicing. They were looking at trying to figure out how they can make a human being with the essence of these creators. So they couldn't do it. It wouldn't work because the breeds of these hominids that they were mixing the genes with were not working. They weren't mating right. They weren't smart enough. They weren't intellectual. They weren't what they wanted. So they kept making these hybrids, which you see these cyclops, and then you see these minotaurs, and you see these these minotaurs, and these fawns, people with goat legs and stuff, because it wasn't working. They were messing up, and they were like, this is not going to happen. Why do you think it is that we have the same DNA as a pig? What is it, like a 98% match or something like that? I need a researcher to get on that. Look that up for me. Got a job opening. I need somebody to do that kind of stuff for me. But like I said, this is something that people don't realize because they don't look into their history. Well, this is what I was told, so this is what I'm going to go through. I'm just going to follow exactly what I've been told. Hey, is my cousin's on. I just want to tell her thank you for getting on here and supporting the podcast. Much love. I appreciate it. It really means a lot. Thank you. So you've got this, gods that came down, spliced their DNA, mixed it with these hominids, and we're trying to get what we see now. And you have these Darwinists and these evolutionists who are saying, oh, well, we came from apes. Yeah, we fucking did come from apes. Our DNA was mixed matched with them and these sky gods. Our very soul, if you read this book, I really, really highly suggest everybody read this book. It will change your life. This isn't the first thing that I've read that I picked up. It was just something that added to my library of knowledge that I've been picking apart for so long. And then you have this book, which is by Greg Braden, The God Code. And in this book, it talks exactly about that beyond any reasonable doubt, we each share the ancient name of God in our bodies and in the most intimate way imaginable. Each fiber of muscle, each crystal of bone, the tears that we shed, and by the products of life that we call waste, all are from God. God. So this is Greg Braden's definition of what we are. Like, you see the ancients, you see a lot of the natives. We talk about being connected to the earth and the universe and how every element of our being is in everything that is in life, the essence of everything, the blade of grass, the bugs, the trees, the wind, the water, the sun, the sky, everything. All the elements that are in this universe are in every strand of our DNA. This is what he found out. And this man is a scientific researcher. He does this stuff and he got to the bottom of it, and this book, he breaks it down of how he did it. In our DNA, literally written in our DNA code, the gods created and put that stamp mark on each one of the human beings saying, hey, you're a product of us. It literally said, God in us. So if what Greg Braden found out in this book, the God Code, is exactly what is broken down in the Emerald Tablets, which are 36,000 years before the Christian Bible was written, talking about the origins and the Garden of Eden, of why these sky gods had this Homo sapien, the first Homo sapien, in this garden, which is like a planeted terrarium. And if you look at what things that are broken down into the Bible, which the Bible took from these ancient scripts, and like I said, this is a subject that a lot of people don't want to talk about because they're not open-minded. They're so stuck on this book right here being the only source of information for them. This is it for them. And like I said before, I am not a non-believer of God, the Creator. But I do not believe that it is what we have been told. There is too much evidence to depict, to suggest otherwise. And this is why I say that people don't really understand because they're so closed-minded, told all along that that's it. But when you start digging deeper and finding that these ancient scripts are revealing a lot of the stuff that we've been told in original narratives being suppressed in Jerusalem. All right. It's like glitching. Like I said, this storm is like rolling through here and the internet is going to be iffy. We're going to be back and forth here. So there we go. Yay. All right. So as I was saying, you have the Knights Templar who are a threat to the church with this vast amount of knowledge, information. They have power, they have the army, they have the will and the means to travel and get things moved as much as they can. So, which is why you, like I said before, you have Friday the 13th. The Pope at the time issued a decree making all Knights Templars enemies pretty much of the church. They needed them all rounded up because the Pope was like, these guys are getting coming too freaking powerful. They've got too much money. We even owe money to them, but they work for us. Not only that, they knew that the church was going to try and stop them because they had found out, this is a theory here, but the evidence of it supports it highly supported. A lot of people think that this started with Dan Brown's book when he talks about the bloodline of Christ and how it survived through Mary Magdalene and Jesus Christ, and they had a child and they had children, and the bloodline still lives today. And you have the Rosicrucians and the Merovingians, so many secret cults that protect these secrets and protect these artifacts and protect this way of life, not only with their blood and their lives, but with the lives of other who are wanting to keep this stuff hidden from the public. But as I said before, in this time and age, it's really hard to do that because everything is being shared, everything is being followed, everybody's able to look and research everything up. Now you have AI, who is now in the hands of the government, which is now being released into every aspect of modern life. The implications of that are another story. But as I said, this bloodline that the Knights Templar supposedly found out about was that Mary was the chalice. She was the cup which God was going to pour his spirit into. She was going to be the one that was going to be the landmark of this bloodline that was supposedly going to save the world. And the narrative behind this goes into a whole nother thing. Like I said, I don't not disbelieve God or Jesus Christ. I believe these people that were sent here were divine people. As I said, in the Emerald Tablets, it talks about the knowledge being poured out onto people. The people, when they're ready, they're going to understand and they're going to realize what is going on, not just because they're being awakened to the fact and seeing with their spiritual eyes the right and the wrong and the of what is happening around us, but we are also going to understand that these people who are of whatever you want to call a sent here for a reason to help humanity on their way. Jesus Christ was one, Muhammad was one, Buddha was another. You have people like Nikola Tesla who are very smart, that were trying to give information and knowledge and spread it to people. There were different people throughout time that were so remarkable in the things that they knew. Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci. These people were on this earth that were blessed with the gift of either they were a part of this bloodline or they had the bloodline of these sky gods, which some people say they call them star seeds. Sounds weird, right? I mean, star seed. But all of this goes back to the ancient text, laying out what was being said, the true narrative of why Jesus Christ was sent here. The narrative of Jesus Christ was not the first time that a virgin birth had occurred. I don't think a lot of people understand that. I don't think a lot of people see the astrological symbolization of the 12 apostles. I don't think a lot of people see the aspects of the correlation of what the ancient text in response to the Holy Spirit or the coming of the ascension of knowledge. Because basically what the Holy Spirit is the knowledge of God. Yes or no? It is the essence of what God is. And if Jesus Christ was the Son of God, who is the all creator, and he was the physical representation, the flesh and blood of the God, just like it says in the ancient texts, these gods walked among us. They were here in flesh and blood. People touched them. They could see them. They worshiped them. They left their essence here on earth for the future generations to be able, because there was people that were laying the way, trying to show them and tell them, hey, look, this stuff is here. This free technology is here. We can all survive here as human beings. We can all live together in harmony. We can all survive this. We put aside our differences. We can live as one. But you have these people throughout history. John Lennon and his song Imagine. You know, there's people that are set on this on in our paths in our lives throughout generations for a reason, because they're there to make an impact and a statement on that generation to help guide them, to help lead them. You have people like Billy Graham, right? You have these pastors who are real pastors. And I'm not talking about these TD Jake want to freaking fake, you know, going to P. Diddy parties and shaking his rump and doing, you know, conducting his past life in secret and then coming out and trying to sit there and talk about he's a God lover. Not these people. If you see and you realize what Jesus Christ was actually saying, scriptures, and what he was trying to teach us, your mind will be totally blown. Because the narrative that the church spewed in saying, okay, well, if we can get all these people to stop fighting and band them together, because we're going to have a really big problem here. We're going to have a really big problem. We've got these pagans who are the true faith of the Catholic Church, right? Because Catholic Roman Church, Roman gods, Roman deities, Roman worship. And then you have these newcomer Christians who are talking about this resurrected Christ who came to save them from their sins and died on a cross, shed his blood. And the only true way to life is to believe in him, because he is the way, the truth, and the life. These two sects were at war. Constantine was like, we got to do something because this crap's going to get real. I'm not going to have a disruptive country, empire on my hands. So he brought together the Council of Nicaea. These people freaking got together and told everybody, hey, look, we need to figure this out. We need to round up everything we can. We need to get control of it to unify this place, and we need to put a head person, church, which is a pagan temple, and let's entwine these two things together to get everybody. Okay, you want to be a pagan and you want to worship these holidays on these days? You Christians don't believe in that, but we're going to have you guys do these things on the same day and intertwine them together so that way we can freaking get along and everybody can worship and everybody can do everything and not have an issue. But we're going to take these texts and leave these texts out. We're going to put this narrative and make Jesus the Christ, the head, the Son of God, and you worship him as a deity, because you can't have a religion and not have a deity. Yes or no? You've worshiping or having faith in something. So what did they do? They couldn't find Jesus's body. They couldn't freaking explain how he was gone. They couldn't explain the miracles and the things that were happening, so they made him a Christ. I know a lot of people are going to be tripping out and be like, man, cuz, nephew, bro, homie, you done lost your shit. But that's cool. Because I choose I choose to keep my eyes wide open, and the reality and the path that was laid out for every. And I'm not saying that Jesus Christ wasn't a son of God. We are all sons of God. He told you that in the scriptures. We are all sons and daughters of the Most High. Yes or no? The miracles and the things that I do, you can do also. Because we have the power and the control over the elements. When the creators made us and they gave us charge and dominion over everything in the land, what did they say? Man shall be the ruler over this earth. Man. But the one thing we ask you not to do is to eat of that fruit. Don't do it. Well, why? Don't worry about it. Do you see the whole deal of that? How crazy that is? You've got this whole area. Animals, fish. But you can't eat that fruit. Nope. Why? Can't. The fruit being the seed of knowledge and understanding, because it says directly that the serpent. Now you could take this any way you want. But like I said, in the narrative that I read to you guys, or I showed you, and I placed in the comment section, if you didn't read it, I highly advise you to do so. In the Adam and Eve story, it talks about that Adam had a wife before. Eve is his daughter. And Adam was telling Eve, we're the only people in this place. Eve found out the truth that there were other people who were living in this world and that their mother had died, which it was Lilith. We come to find out that Lilith was the first wife of Adam. And Lilith, who was taken from man, was to be subservient to him. And she didn't want that. She didn't want to be subservient to a man. She was like, well, why do I have to bow to him? If you took me from him, I should be equal with him. I should be able to help him control all of this stuff. And he was like, well, the gods said that I'm not doing that. So she left. She was like, piss on this, I'm out. You gonna sit here and tell me I'm gonna be washing your freaking loincloth? I don't think so. So she leaves. They have a child, and Adam's stuck with his daughter, his second wife, who he has a child with. But Eve is actually Adam and his wife's. I forgot what they said her name was. I'll have to look it up, but it's inside of the text. She dies. Adam and Eve finds out that they're not the only people there, and tells her father, hey, look, I know the truth. Stop trying to lie to me. There's other people that are here, and we are not from here. We are from the other world. Who is our creator? Like, who are we? So they start asking a bunch of questions, and their mind just starts going. So that's where you get it in the Bible, where God starts coming down, and he's like, where are you at? What are you doing? Why are you hiding from me? Well, I knew I was naked, so I put some clothes on. Who told you were naked? Well, nobody. I ate of the fruit from the tree that you told me not to eat of, because the woman that you gave me gave it to me. and I did eat it. And now my eyes are open, and now I know I'm naked. So I clothed myself and I hid myself because I was ashamed. The thing of this whole thing goes back to is this, and it's crazy. The Homo sapiens that we know now, us, derived from another being or species that was here, mixed in with the blood of the gods and the DNA to make the first humans of our species on this earth that were there with other species. Because we know this to be true because when Cain killed Abel, he leaves. And he's like, fuck, I did it now. Because you got to remember, human beings were not, we didn't know anything about murder and killing and stuff like that until Adam and his daughter left, and they realized she told him, she corrupted him by telling him, I know the truth. There are other people out here. This is not the way we're supposed to be living. So the knowledge on her started overcoming and becoming more and more and more. The creators found out, kicked them out, told them that they were going to sow and till the land they were going to suffer just like the other species were. We were supposed to be set apart, and we weren't. Because of the rebelliousness of Adam and Eve. But Adam and Eve knew what they did was wrong, and they wanted to make amends. So they tried to live their life and do the best they could through all the suffering that they had. And I'm not trying to get into a Bible preach. I'm just trying to explain the truth in plain sight on top of what everybody's been told since we were kids. So when Cain killed Abel, he leaves, and the creator's telling him, where are you? Right here. Like, well, what's going on? Oh, nothing. Where's your brother? I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper? Do I got to keep track of him all the time? I got work to do. So the creators are asking him, your brother's blood cries out from the earth. Now you got to remember something. Just like in the God Code, when Greg Braden talks about the DNA of the gods is in every one of us right now. I'm not talking about a long time ago, 2,000 years Jesus time, or 36,000 years in the time of Thoth and the great sky gods, Enki and Enlil, and ancient Samaria. I'm talking about right now. That blood runs through your veins and mine. Everybody on this planet. Everybody. That is why we are all connected. And he tells Cain, your brother's blood cries out from the earth. Because they knew it. Why did you kill your brother? Because you've done something that goes against what we intended for you, we're going to punish you. You're going to walk the earth for the rest of your life. You're going to be a cast out. You're not going to get any help. You're not going to get any special meal tickets here, bud. You fucked up. And he's pleading with the gods like, please don't let me go out there, because if you do, everybody that sees me is going to kill me because I'm different. How crazy is that? So the gods tell him, okay, we're not going to let you suffer that bad. So we're going to mark you so that way these people that you come across are going to know they are not to touch you, because it's a mark of the gods. Now it says that the gods put a mark on him. Could have been a scar, a branding. Could have been a DNA match. Could he have been somebody with fucking blue eyes, green eyes, blonde hair, something. They marked him to stand out from the rest. So that way when people seen him, they were like, oh, we can't touch him. We can't harm any hair on his head because he's been protected still by this creator. It says that he leaves and he goes into the land of Nod, I think, and marries a wife and becomes a part of the people there. So now you have the intermingling of the God's flesh with the old flesh that was here. And it just becomes chaos, which is why you get the destruction in the flood, which it talks about in the ancient Sumerian tablets, which are thousands of years before Christianity. It's a lot of stuff, folks. A lot of stuff. But as I said, people want to live their life and just do their own thing and just, go about their business and not worry about things like this. But we see the destruction and the chaos in earth. And we see the lies that are in plain sight that these people who are trying to keep us down or keep us in the narrative of a slave mentality still. Not just mentally, but physically. Pay your fucking taxes. Get up in the morning and go to work. Make money to put it into the fucking system so that way we do whatever the hell we want while you work your life away. Do for us. It's the same mentality that they had when they had the slaves that were working here, digging up the gold, digging up and getting all the food and planting everything that was here. They were doing the slave work for them and keeping those people under control, keeping them in check. Now you have this same oligarch, these same people who are in control, who are doing the same thing. Lying to us, keeping us at a whim, like, okay, well, we'll give them this sense of freedom and let them think that they're okay to do something. But as soon as they step in line, we could snatch them up and their life belongs to us. Does that sound right? No, it doesn't, because that's not what we were intended for. Humanity was destined and famed for so much more that we as human beings, the people who are trying to awaken everybody, who are trying to say, hey, brothers, sisters, we got to come together and we got to get this crap on track. We got to take back our birthright, pretty much. We got to take back what's ours. And the only way to get there is by enlightenment. Knowledge. Thoth says it in the Emerald Tablets. Knowledge is key. He who has knowledge has the world. If you don't fill your brain with the things that are going to keep it alive and keep you going and sustain you as a human being or light being, how are you going to feed your light and what Christians call your spirit? Jesus said it, be a light unto the world. That they can come to who? To me. Now, what he was saying by going through him was that the teachings that he was giving you, he was trying to tell everybody, look, we are in this world, but we are not of it. The things that you see and do around you are not your purpose. These things were not intended for us. We're at right here, and we should be up here. We should be up here, but we're living down here. That's why he came, was to elevate us to that point. And whether or not he truly was crucified, placed in a tomb, and came back, because like I said, this story has been told before. It's a symbolism. It's the symbolism of a resurrection, the power of a God. defeating death, showing people that life is abundant. We are eternal beings. We cannot die. Our spirit, our energy just transfers. We leave this shell, go to the universe, and if we decide to come back, we come back. And as I said, in the tablets, the emerald tablets, those talks about changing his form. And in the pyramids, he's got a stasis chamber where he transfers his essence to another body because this body's becoming deteriorated. It's getting sick. It's getting old. It's getting feeble, and it needs to regenerate. So he lays down in a stasis chamber. His essence leaves his body and it gets transferred to something else. And then he goes out about his business and walks around as a different person, which is why you see as Quetzalcoatl in the Aztec form, in the religion of the Aztecs and the Mayans, I mean. He's just the same person. He's just switching forms, giving knowledge, giving information, teaching people how to live, teaching people how to freaking act. But then you see it starts becoming corrupted. These people start doing sacrifices. They start doing ritualistic freaking things and conjuring up spirits or invoking things that are not meant for us to be messing around with. And then you have population destruction. You have the great flood that comes and just starts wiping everybody out because they knew that if they didn't get rid of all these people or all of this bad seed that was just around, it was just going to freaking destroy the planet. So what better way to do it than a great reset? Get rid of everything, get rid of everybody. Cover it all up. But as we know, a lot of these beings, these creatures, these people survived within the earth. You get a lot of disinformation. Let me see if I can find this one. This is the right one. Why the heck? Why the heck? Okay, let me see. Go back over here. All right. So this is another video I'm going to post about the Tartarian, the ancient mud flood, and the covering up of a lot of history that we know nothing about. All right.
Left behind, elegant but grand bastions of inconceivable construction litter the world, created by a people who many believe dead empire of Tartaria. This undocumented tide, being a catastrophic affair, was yet the most recent in man's many extinction tales. In this video, I am discuss the mud flood with the goal to entice people to read the works within the Bible, so that they may follow more closely the Word of God. If you enjoyed the contents of this video, please remember to like, and if you would want to see more, subscribe. The Industrial Revolution transformed the world. Because of it, we are where we are today. To quote National Geographic, most historians place the origin of the Industrial Revolution in Great Britain in the middle decades of the 18th century. In the British Isles and most of Europe at this time, most social activity took place in small and medium-sized villages. People rarely travelled far beyond their home village. During the 18th century, the population of Britain and other European countries began rising significantly. Within a blink of an eye, the world was taken out of the villages and thrust into the future. Either this was the cause of mass enlightenment, or the people of the time had inherited the ruins of a previous civilization. It is here where the theory of the blood is found. It was a mass extinction event which led to the depopulation of the whole Earth. The remnants of what were left are located in every country, whether by today's world they are rich or poor. They once shared the same architectural choices, hinting at a united people former empire. It was the death of the rulers, the ending of royal blood. Continue to give examples. They, like their weak narratives, endless. However, that is not the point of this video. The reason is to get you to question your surroundings and the history you have been told. It is exactly whose history we have learned which is the driving force of this video, as it is his story that does not match up. San Francisco was singled out due to not only the buildings, but the city as a whole, whose origins are questionable. Another channel, who goes by the name of Geoman C, released a video titled Star Forts, Intro to Resets and Hidden Black History. Within part 1, he showcases a panorama picture that was taken in 1878. As he points out, he, nor I, when watching this, knew of technology and quality that was available during this time. This photograph was taken from an elevated position, where the boats upon the water, far off into the distance, can be seen. The picture is a complete city, taken 29 years after a large population was said to appear, with only shovels and pickaxes at hand. The city, its streets, its roads, that even for the time to predate this already old period, was constructed before the electric drill of 1889 was invented.
So as you see, like I said before, a lot of this stuff does not make sense. You have ancient cities, ancient cultures, technologies. You've got this picture. I think this is San Francisco.
So,
and I think it's great. Get out quick. So the internet's probably going to end up going down. So if the show stops, I'm sorry. Really sorry. It is what it is. Sorry. Anyone? I'm to see if anybody is there. Anybody else want to get on and talk? Um, a lot of people who see this, a lot of the times they think, oh, well, this can't be real, or this is nothing, or oops. What is going on? All right, cool. So if anybody wants to have a discussion, I'll leave it open for questions. if anybody wants to. What the heck? All right. I'm going to open up another one. Let's see here. Let's get on YouTube. All right, cool. Got it. You know what? Let's see if I could do this real quick. I'm going to try calling up my Theo real quick because he was asking about being on said podcast. So I told him, yeah, let's do it. Why not? Whoa. It's not what I wanted. Okay. This one needs to be over here. All right, cool. All right, got it. I'm not sure if you guys can all see it. I've got everything set up, and let me see. I'm gonna do a shout out real quick. I don't even know if this is gonna work. No, that's not it. Whoa. Yeah. I don't know if this is going to work. You know, I hate phones. I really do. All right. Let me see if it'll work. You know what? Where's my boy at? All right. So right now I've got all of my, well, I've got both Facebook pages open and I've got my YouTube open. So they're both live. X is on, but I don't have that one open yet because I'm just not going to do it. Maybe not. There he is. Where you at, guy? All right. Let me see if I can do it. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work.
at 3?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Because I had it on mute because I'm talking to you on the phone right now. But I turned it on right now so that way you could hear it. So for everybody that's watching it right now, I have my phone on. I have my stuff, my mic on mute right real quick because I got my Theo Joe on the phone and him and I are having a discussion about some of the things that are going on. But I'm gonna bring him on later on. He's gonna check it out real quick, and he's gonna call me back, and then I'll bring him on so that way we can follow up with some stuff that we're gonna be talking about. All right. So we're back. Um, One of the other things that I was going to talk about, I just had a little brief period in between right now. I had to go take care of some stuff. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up was the eclipse that is going to be happening. Everybody's talking about, oh man, the eclipse, the eclipse, the eclipse, all craziness. Some of the things that I've seen that I've done some researching on this eclipse is that this isn't the first time that this has happened at a cataclysmic event has occurred while this eclipse has happened. I think the last one was in 1811 where this eclipse happened and there were devastating earthquakes that happened throughout the US and in Europe. And people are talking about, oh man, this is going to be something crazy. We're going to be losing power. I mean, you've even got states calling out the National Guard, okay, to bring in the National Guard because of the chaos that's probably going to end up happening. We're probably going to have a bunch of rioters, a bunch of people are going to be stupid and doing stupid crap. But the symbology of everything that's going on with this eclipse, I can't see, but I put these damn things on and all you get is like blurring in my face, my eyes. But the symbology of what's going on with the eclipse is that not only is the eclipse happening, but you have a meteor, an asteroid that is going to be I think it was called the Devil's Asteroid or the Devil's Tail or something like that. That's going to be passing through the same time. And we will also be seeing that as well. And a lot of people aren't correlating this stuff with ancient prophecies and ancient texts and ancient times and things that have happened a long time ago, because they want to say, oh man, look at this moon, it's like so pretty that it's like blocking out the sun. Well, they're also talking about the solar rays are going to be so powerful that it's going to probably damage or knock out a lot of the electrical grids around the US, which is another big problem, which is why they're getting the National Guard and everybody involved. But let me pull where are you at? There it is. Let me pull this up really quick on video real quick, and I'll let you guys check it out, because it was just some stuff that I had seen myself, and I was like, this is too much. This is not a coincidence. And why is it that all this stuff is happening in the US? We've got these bridges that are getting taken down by these barges, major key bridges that we know or that have been known by the federal government that did their investigations, that they were terrorist attacks, cyber attacks. Let me see if this is it. If this is it, I'll bring it up and we'll check it out together. It's just really hard because it's gonna. Let me shut these other windows down. Shut it off. Shut it off. Shut it off. All right. Oops. Oops, I shut it off. So there are a lot of aspects of this solar eclipse that people are trying to narrate, oh, well, it has something to do with, biblical prophecy. This everybody is always jumping on the Bible. Oh, well, the Bible predicted this. Oh, well, the Bible said this. This stuff has happened before any of that. Let me see. I think this might be it. Okay. Let me get out of this. And I will screen share that. Let's drag this over. I'm going to put this on my other screen real quick. All right. Got that. Okay. Let's play it and check it out together, shall we? Oh, that doesn't look good. I'll go back to this one. All right, let's see what he's got to say and check it out together, all right?
The dragon has a host of very weird and bizarre and rare events. This total eclipse coming up on April 8th, 2024 that will cross paths with a previous total eclipse back in 2017 that will form this giant black X.
Come on. So anyway, I'm going to let this load real quick and you guys can check it out. Let me get this design thing off of here. Let me hide this. There you go. Now you can see it. Let's hide that real quick. All right. Should be good. I hope. Anyway. Let's check it out.
Across the United States of America on a location in Illinois known as Little Egypt near the New Madrid fault line.
How crazy is that, right?
But this location in Illinois will also be a host to another bizarre and unusual event.
My internet.
An event that has not taken place for centuries. Last time this event occurred was the early 1800s.
Listen to what he's saying.
I am talking about the cicada apocalypse, the bug apocalypse, the emergence of trillions of cicadas over the location of Illinois.
So think about this, folks. What everybody's freaking out about and what they're trying to say is that there is like this Armageddon thing of an apocalypse about the U.S. So what he's talking about, and he's going to get into it, is that they're trying to make it into this thing of like biblical proportions where it's like, the plagues of Egypt. And yes, the eclipse is passing over, and it's not a coincidence that these places that the eclipse is passing over are ancient city names. Nineveh, Little Egypt, you've got Palestine, you've got all these names of these cities that are in the United States where the eclipse is passing over. And is it a coincidence that we are having a lot of earthquakes, or like he's saying that we're going to have these trillions of underground cicada, crossbed, Gedon, Lart, whatever the hell these things are, but they're crossbreed hybrid locusts that have not been seen since the early 1800s. This is insane. So, I mean, yeah, it is an event about. Well, I guess my internet's going down. Go figure. Yeah, we've got a big storm that's here right now, so like the internet is really iffy. And so if it goes down, it's probably going to go down because the connection is really crappy. We don't have landlines out here. We run on Wi-Fi satellite signal. Okay. Let's see if that works. All right, let's reload this bad boy.
Now, it is no secret that April of 2024, in the year of the dragon, has a host of very weird and bizarre and rare events. This total eclipse coming up on April 8th, 2024, that will cross paths with a previous total eclipse back in 2017 that will form this giant black X across the United States of America on a location in Illinois known as Little Egypt, near the New Madrid fault line. But this location in Illinois will also be a host to another bizarre and unusual event.
So as you can see, it's the correlation between the two.
An event that has not taken place
Little Egypt, locust,
for
plague of
centuries.
locusts.
Last time
Crazy.
this event occurred was the early 1800s. And I am talking about the cicada apocalypse, the bug apocalypse, the emergence of trillions of cicadas over the location of Illinois and certain surrounding states. Cicadas emerging from the underground is not a uncommon cicadas over the location
Jesus Christ.
of Illinois and certain surrounding states. Cicadas emerging from the underground is not a uncommon event. It happens about every 13 to 17 years. But what is rare is the fact that we will get two different broods of cicadas emerging at the same time. And they said this is not something that has happened since the early 1800s. Mainly gushing out of Illinois, some maps predicting that it will follow the same path of totality as the April 8th, 2024 eclipse, but mainly they will come from Illinois.
Check that
the
out.
same spot where this black X will form over it. So is this a precursor? Is this an omen for something to come? Has something like this happened once before? Well, like I said, yes. in the early 1800s, but also 2 total eclipses crossing paths over this location has also happened back in the early 1800s as well. What came up out of it? Well, as I've said in previous videos, this location received a series of earthquakes so devastating they are still in the worst 3 earthquakes in the United States of all time, the top 3 worst earthquakes. So powerful they changed the course of the Mississippi River for quite some time. If that were to happen today, you can just forget about it.
Right?
Certain states surrounding this new Madrid fault line would be uninhabitable. So there's that duality all in 1 month where we have 2 different broods of cicadas in a very rare event crossing paths, while at the same time we have 2
Come on, internet.
different total eclipses crossing paths as well in one particular spot. When it comes to the cicadas, this happens 12 times every 221 years, but this is the first time since the early 1800s that these broods will emerge together. You think about all these bizarre events taking place in April. We have also the Devil's
Comet. That's what it's called.
Comet that will make an appearance, a once-in-a-lifetime event. We have NASA firing off a PEP under Project Serpent at this total eclipse. CERN.
And just like I had said before in the podcast, a lot of people probably missed it. CERN, the Hadron Collider that is in Europe, I think it's between Sweden and France, is wanting to activate and run the Hadron Collider at the same time that the eclipse is going. And as I said before, it's kind of crazy because when you think about it, a lot of crap has happened whilst I posted videos of, people looking at, the sky while CERN was doing their experiments with the Hadron Collider, of these portals that just open up in the sky. And earlier I was watching an interview with one of the doctors who actually worked there and was saying that, yes, they are doing this stuff to gain access to other dimensions, to open up portals. That she's even said that the beings that have come through, just like the one that happened in Miami, yes, that is confirmed. These kids or these people had a machine that they were tinkering with that was able to open up a portal using sound waves and frequencies. Just imagine what they did on a scale of 30 miles. The power that they're able to harness by doing something like this. So they're talking about running this Hadron Collider at the same time of the eclipse, hoping to open up something or activate something like another dimension. But they've been tinkering with this stuff since 2012. And what better way to do it than to have a ritual and run this Hadron Collider and see what happens or comes
up out of hibernation to fire again April 8th and ending up April 22nd. And ending up April 22nd in some kind of awake facility. And then
I'm sorry, folks, my internet
possibly have
sucks.
during the total eclipse or at the end of Passover a ritual that has not taken place, a ceremony that has not taken place in over 2,000 years.
And he might touch on this as well. This ceremony that they're talking about doing, Israel is talking about doing a ceremony of these red bulls. I'm not sure. I just barely tapped on that, but it's supposed to be a big deal because this is something that hasn't happened since like the time of Christ, since, the prophets and Jesus were walking around and stuff like that. So these people are preparing for something
red
really
heifer
big.
sacrifice. So you look
Red
at this
heifer
and you say to
sacrifice.
yourself,
That's what it's called. Red heifer
how can all
sacrifice.
this happen in just 1 month? All these rare and bizarre events taking place in the month of April. Now, if it was only these man-made events like the sacrifice of the red heifer, NASA, and CERN, then I wouldn't be so concerned. But we have nature trying to tell us something that we shouldn't ignore. This black X over this location and the emergence of all these cicadas. Now, one could look at this and say to themselves that this is a form of locust taking over the United States, this area in the United States, but they state that cicadas and locusts are completely different. But it's still very odd.
Yeah, really crazy that this would be happening at the same
that
time.
We have this extreme emergence of this insect taking over this one spot where this total eclipse will also occur. So there are a lot of people talking about this music video, Black Hole Sun by the band Soundgarden.
So now he's going to touch on something else that I talked about at the beginning of the week. And this tripped me out because if anybody knows me, if you know me, you know I love Chris Cornell. That's my soul brother. I love Soundgarden. I love Audio Slave. I loved his single albums that he did, his solo albums. And this really blew me away because when I researched it and I looked at it, when I saw what they did with the remastered edition, they took the cover and altered it because of this. They took the eclipse out of the picture, okay, and left the picture of Chris Cornell. You'll see it. He'll probably talk about it right now. But this right here is what tripped me out, and I'll let him explain it, and you guys can check it out and make your decision for yourself. But like I said, for me, this was an eye-opener.
Because they're saying it eerily predicts and calls out what is known as a condition, demon face syndrome. But if you watch this music video that was released face syndrome. But if you watch this music video that was released May of 1994, it oddly feels like a music video
Jesus Christ
that was made today, just recently, playing off people's fears of this total eclipse because it contains another scene that oddly connects to an event that's taking place in April as well.
Wow. How crazy is that?
And it's these cicadas. Two boys are looking at the ground with magnifying glasses and they pick up a bug. Now, this bug does not appear to be a cicada, at least I don't think so. But the next scenes as they play out, you will see these boys attacked by a swarm of flying bugs coming up from the ground. And these flying bugs do appear to look like cicadas. What are the odds that a music video about the total eclipse or a solar eclipse also shows us demon face syndrome? A syndrome that was known back in 2020, this man having back in 2020, investigated and researched in 2021, news and media are now reminding us about it and letting us know it exists.
How fucking crazy
just
is this,
a month
dude?
before this total eclipse in 2024.
How crazy?
April of 2024. Where were the news and media talking about demon face syndrome back in 2021, 2022, 2023?
Look at this. This is
It's very
crazy.
bizarre, and it's for a reason. They're letting us know about it now. The same.
Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Time, this very same music video shows us a swarm Now, it is no secret that April of 2024, in the year of the dragon, has a host of very Soundgarden, because they are where were the news and media talking about demon face syndrome back in 2021, 2022, 2023? So it's very bizarre, and it's for a reason. They're letting us know about it now. At the same time, this very same music video shows us a swarm of bugs that appear to look like cicadas swarming all over these boys and coming up from the ground. This music video, the main singer, Chris Cornell, he's wearing a shirt with a skull on it. This music video kind of makes Chris Cornell's death a little bit more suspicious. He took his own life May of 2017, a month after the 2017 total eclipse. So it has to make you wonder, did Chris Cornell know something about what's going to take place, or was he a sacrifice? Because like I said, Ali, on his shirt, there's a skull. So are these dual cicadas, these dual total eclipses, this comet, this devil's comet, and this sacrifice of this red heifer, is it all a precursor to something? Is it all an omen to something that's coming? The only thing I can suggest is to prepare, to stock up. There's nothing wrong with stocking up on specific goods that can last you. People want to say do not live in fear, and I strongly agree. But I would not be so ignorant as to ignore nature as well. We have these billionaires
exactly
who seem like they are also preparing for something big to come, building these underground bunkers, these underground fortresses. So why can't you prepare the best way you can as well? But I do want to hear from you. Do you believe these cicadas is just another bizarre sign?
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, this stuff, I mean, take it for what it's worth. But it just seems kind of weird that all of a sudden you would have this stuff coming at the same time that the eclipse is coming through next week. Which is why, you know, he was saying, you know, it's good to be prepared just in case, you know, the shit hits the fan. But it's nothing to sit there and play fear mongering on people's, you know, on their nerves, you know, getting them to start fearing, you know, and oh God, the world's going to end. That's not what a lot of people are what we're trying to, you know, get out there. What we're trying to get out there is that, you know, people need to just be prepared. Be prepared. If something happens, there's nothing wrong with you saying, oh, okay, well, I just need to, you know, get my stuff together, or yada, 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 and do that. Because by all means, do that. Be prepared. Be ready. Don't be the one that's left under, to fend for yourself, and uh, that's not going to be prepared. That's not going to be able to say, "Fuck, I should have listened or did something about it." But I mean, hell, stock up on some goods, stock up on water, stock up on batteries, candles, flashlights, anything, stuff that you think that you're going to need. Um, all that stuff is all good. That's human nature. We're made to survive, and there's nothing wrong with people doing that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Let me see. So, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts? What do you think? Is this something that you should be freaking out about? Is it just, coincidence? Is it something that we're just going to see and it's going to pass us by? You know, or are we actually being prepped for something? Is something really going on? I don't know. Um, a lot of coincidence, a lot of things happening that, we would not be thinking is going on, but it is. Um, should we be prepared? Should there be some, uh, I don't know. It just seems weird to me that right now is the time that, it's happening. This stuff is going on, and it's really weird. It is really weird. It seems, kind of crazy, but um like the guy said, you can't ignore the signs. You can't ignore what's going on and what's happening, and it's too much of a coincidence to be nothing. And when you see things like this, it makes it more I don't want to say obvious, but it is what it is. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, we're not going to, be able to run away and take off and, leave the planet. So what are your guys' thoughts? What are your guys' preparations for the shit that's about to happen next week? Are you preparing? Are you doing anything? Is there anything that you are preparing for? Um, are you doing anything at all? I don't know. I mean, I haven't really talked much about this subject or what's going on or what's happening with the eclipse. I mean, it's 2 days away. I'm going to trip out cuz I want to see it. But all I can say is, like I've said before to my family and my friends, is just be careful, be safe, be vigilant of everything that's going on around you. Do not become a victim. Be proactive and be aware of your surroundings and what's happening around you. And, you know, just keep your head on a swivel and be safe out there. Um, I'm gonna see. Let me see something real quick. There is a lot of stuff that is happening. It's going on. And the correlations between ancient text or ancient prophecies to what we're dealing with now and things that are happening, it does seem scary, but it's nothing that if people are aware of what's happening that you should be like tripping out on. Um, it's just a lot of things that are going on right now, a lot of things that are happening in our time that we are actually seeing that really makes it like what's really going on. And now, with this thing with us being involved with Russia and this terrorist act, we are like poking the bear so bad. We are like, it's like one of those big water balloons that's thick, you know what I mean? And like you're just poking it and your fingers going in, and you're like, man, this thing is not going to break. But inevitably, something is going to give. Something is going to happen that we are not going to be able to explain, or that we are going to get into that we don't want to get into because it's not um it's not meant to be, but they're forcing their hand. They're forcing it to happen. So let me check this out real quick and I'll post this and you guys can check it out. Fuck. All right. So You. We're on. All right, cool. So as I was saying, let me refresh these. So they're all frozen. Um, a lot of times people will, I don't want to say, okay, so it's working now. What in the holy hell is going on? So anyway, my internet is going to be going down. So if you're not able to see this or if it's not streaming correctly, we are right now in a blizzard. I guess you could say it's just snowing really, really bad here. So our internet is satellite ran. So it's from point to point B, which is why it's really hard right now for me to post videos because the internet is going down. So like I said before, a lot of this stuff with next week being solar eclipse and or all the preparations. I mean, it's really weird that you have billionaires building bunkers and spending billions of dollars on this stuff. And it is weird that nature's starting to act up to this, and this is something that hasn't 100 years. Seem weird. It's creepy. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's like, well, was it Independence Day where you that are sitting there up on top of the building and they're like, I don't even mean to say freaks, but that's what they're depicted as. Sitting on top of this building crying and waiting for aliens to come or whatnot. I think it's going to be something like that because a lot of people are going to be like you said, the ritual that Israel is doing, the slaughtering of the red bull or red calf or whatever, or sacred cow, is something that they haven't done in 2,000 years. It's a ritual that is not done, but it's like they had so much conviction that they were just like, oh man, we better do this to appease, God or the creator or whatever. So yeah, I know I've been on air for 3 hours, 13 minutes. So up for discussion if you guys want to get on and you guys want to talk. If not, cool. I'll start wrapping it up here in a little bit. I'm not really getting anybody on comments. So is there anybody out there? Yeah, like I said, best thing for a lot of people to do is do their due diligence research, look up stuff. Like I said, with this whole eclipse thing, you've got CERN, you got the cicadas, you've got the overlay of the past eclipses that have happened that are laying on cities that are, Little Egypt. Who would have thought? And you have the cicadas. You also have the Devil's Comet. Like I said, who would have thought? Coming at the same time as this eclipse. But is it all a sign or pointing towards us and our destruction, or is it signs of something that's the beginning that's coming? I don't know. I'm not sure. I do know that with whatever's going on, that we just need to stick together and be weary of what's going on, because I think a lot of people are gonna freak out about this. And I don't think it's something that people need to be like free of. I think the big threat is humans, is ourselves. And that is something that we have always known, that human beings are our own worst enemy. We are the destructors of what's going on around us, and we have nobody to blame but ourselves. So what we might see next week is probably chaos and freaking idiots being stupid and doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and causing a lot of chaos. And that's the big thing that, anywhere, is that we should be wary of and be cautious of. So with that said, let me see if I can get a hold of my uncle real quick. Nobody there. All right. So with that, I think I'm going to close it. And if I do get back on, I'll post it again, because there's going to be a lot of stuff that's coming up. And I've been on here since 3. So about 2.5 hours, or 3.5 hours, excuse me. And I just want to say thank you to my tia Rachel for getting on, and my buddy James. I love you, man. And for my tia Joe and my Theo Joe and my tia Fela, and for all my other family members, all my tias, uncles, and cousins, and everybody who's supporting the podcast, and all my friends out there. Thank you guys, and my family, and my beautiful wife. Thank you guys for supporting me on this. And yeah, let's just keep the knowledge going and keep the information going out there, because like I said, we're living in some crazy times. A lot of things are going on. A lot of things are happening. You just need to be vigilant, be aware, be spiritually rooted, and whatever faith that you to know this, that we are all in this together. We are not going to survive this by tearing each other apart. We got to stand up, stand together, and be prepared and face life and change what's going on. We've got to make a change big time. And the only way that's going to happen is if we stand together, folks. That's it. And, you know, having said that, I'd like to say thank you for being here. Thank you all for supporting the podcast and getting the word out. And if you guys haven't done so yet, please spread the word. Spread the word. Get the word out there. Let's do this. And like I said, if you guys have questions before I get off, let me know. I'll stick around for a little bit. Just make some comments on the comment section, or get a hold of me. If you want to come on, we'll do that. But yeah, a lot of stuff is just, you know, it's just the time that we live in, man. It's just everything that is just so crazy with the world that is, you know, what we grew up in compared to what, I mean, Christ Almighty, you know, from what we were able to witness when we were growing up, this place is nothing, nothing, nothing like what we grew up in. And it's really sad because that's what we want for our kids. We want our kids to be able to grow up in a world where, you know, they could be kids and not have to worry about things like this, and not have to worry about the 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 stupid kids at school picking on them because they want to be popular, or picking on them because they want to be funny and thinking it's okay. That's not the way the world works. And not only do I blame social media, but you got to blame the parents too, because they're allowing their kids to be like this. If they're doing it at school or doing it in public, acting a fool and tearing up these stores and just being ridiculous, you know, sometimes these parents don't have control, and, you know, it sucks. But, you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And I'm not telling anybody how to raise their kids or anything, but I'm just saying some of these kids are just, this generation of youngsters is just out of control. It's just insane, man. I don't get it anymore. I really don't. So if you're watching or you're on, comment, say howdy. Howdy do. What's going on? Give me a minute. I'm trying to get a hold of one of my brothers. All right. So I got my brother Kyle about to get on real quick, and we're gonna do some talking. Yada yada yada. Yak yak yak. Don't talk back. All that jazz. Okay. Let's see here. Kyle. Let's see. What the heck is this thing? Huh. Weird. Let me see. I don't need inbox. Let's see. I don't understand it. I really don't. Let me try this. Go back. Search. All right. Gonna see if my brother's gonna get on here real quick, and then we're gonna have a convo. All right. Kool-Aid. All right. There he is. Hey, bro.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Sweet. I'm not coming in too loud, am I?
Nah, you're good. I can control it on my end too, man.
All right. Let me clear my little desk off here. It's fucking chilly out here, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking chilly. You got a lot of reverb.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
No, man. So we've got a freaking storm that just came in last night, and it's been snowing all fucking day and all last night, man. So we're dealing with that.
That's crazy. I hate them old desert storms too, man.
Yeah, bro. Freaking. Yeah, I just got on here and I was talking about some of the crap for next week, and then like all this information that's coming out of freaking Russia with this attack, and them saying that, you know, they found out that these assholes were being paid by the CIA working out of Ukraine, and, you know, Putin's freaking asking them to hand these dudes over that are responsible for it, because under, you know, pretty much international law, they made an attack through civilians, you know what I'm saying, and crossing the borders into their country using these proxies to do this crap. And not only that, I mean, you've got now, I mean, there was a video, bro, that I saw of these Americans that are fighting in the Ukrainian army with the Ukrainians, and they're fucking posting videos, bro, on YouTube, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, are you surprised? I mean, this is the same. This is the same military that employs the hell's the name of those SS battalions? The fucking
Oh yeah,
Nazis
the
that got on the battlefield. Yeah, man.
mhm. Yeah, that freaking off branch of the Nazis.
Yeah, I forget who. I mean, Ukraine's just terribly racist and steeped in fucking Nazi ideology from the start. Anyway, they never left.
Yeah. And that's one of the crazy things a lot of people don't realize is that they still operate um not only just militarily but are still in control
It's culture.
throughout that region. Yeah.
It's in the culture.
Yeah. And I heard something about Serbia
But to be
getting in
fair,
on this
let's
too.
what's that?
Serbia getting in on this shit too.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, Serbia being a majority Muslim country, I mean, of course, yeah.
Right.
Like they're a majority Muslim country.
Yeah, and one of the things like I had gotten into a
Or wait,
discussion.
no, they're not majority Muslim. I think
Well, the Serbs, that was like, like you're thinking about Bosnia.
Yeah. Serbs identify as East 84% identify as Orthodox, and only 3 identify as Muslim in Serbia.
3%.
Yeah, 3%. That's interesting that they're getting involved in all this bullshit, though.
Yeah, man. I didn't see what the hell was going on. I know that I know it had something. I'm not sure if Serbia is a part of NATO, but I think it had something to do with them jumping on that bandwagon as well with Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're part of NATO either. I haven't really studied the Caucasus region that much.
Yeah, dude, I just think it's freaking crazy because, I mean, we've got all this crap that's going on, and then you've got Israel with the whole freaking Palestine thing, and they're trying to get Iran pushed into this thing with the attack that they just did by killing one of their top officials. And now they have their people freaking getting ready for this big ass freaking whatever the hell retaliation that Iran's about to jump in on, because they're telling everybody, well, you better stock up on whatever the hell you need because there's a looming threat that's coming. And then we have this freaking ISIS head leader that just went out and was like, attack all Christians and all Jews and all
that was the ISIS K head, wasn't it, that said that?
Yeah, Abu some shit, Scrabble Dabble.
Yeah, I forget his name.
But yeah, man, I mean, it's nuts. Like, like I said before, and like we've talked about a lot of this stuff too, like militarily, like we see it from a strategic point, and we're like, the overhead guys, we can see how things, could possibly play out and why they're playing out the way they are, versus like, a Joe Schmo who's just like, whatever, or, not understanding fully how shit is ran or the capabilities of the outcome, the possibilities of things that could happen.
Yeah.
So what's the fucking deal, bro, with this shooting in North Carolina you guys had at the college?
I didn't see anything about a shooting here in North Carolina. I didn't see anything on the news.
Yeah,
where was this at?
The university, I think.
When was this?
Either the beginning of the week.
Oh, it was in Durham. Oh, damn. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that. Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah, shit's getting crazy too, man. Last Friday, I talked about the department DOJ. That was the Department of Justice, or they had just issued a law stating that anybody that is declared a threat or a radicalist will actually fall under an umbrella where you can't purchase, buy weapons, or they can confiscate your guns.
Yeah,
How
that's not
crazy
going to
is
go
that,
through.
dude?
That's never going to be ratified. That's never going to be a law or a policy that's ratified. Constitutionalists will knock that down every time. Um, that's not something that'll ever happen.
Look it
I
up,
don't
dude.
think they'll make it very far on that.
It's on their
But
website.
the FBI probably about a year ago put out, maybe half a year ago, it wasn't too long ago. They had
Yeah.
put out a uh, list basically saying that like at-risk individuals for domestic terrorisms include anybody frequenting conservative forums, blah 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 blah. They put on there that MAGA supporters have a
Yep.
potential to be domestic terrorist threats, and then global war on terrorism veterans. And they specifically had a page outline. They quickly, when this got leaked, they quickly redacted it. It was like, oh, well, that was never supposed to be released. That was a training document, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
No, we've all seen scenario and training documents, and they look nothing like
Yeah.
that. It was a legitimate threat brief, but they had expanded upon the global war on terrorism veterans as being what is it? Not disassociated. It's disenfranchised with the U.S. government and how things have
Right.
gotten, and they have a skewed sense of reality because they've been radicalized on social media and all this shit. And I'm like,
Yeah.
doesn't that sound exactly like everybody else from like Antifa too? Like they all
Right.
get radicalized on social media, but you don't see their name on there.
Yeah, I posted earlier about an ex-KGB official that 20 years ago was talking about, well, it was back in the 90s, the implementation of pretty much destroying a society or a community from the inside, and the ways to do it.
Right.
Bro.
Right.
At the beginning of the podcast, I was telling everybody, I was like, this gives me goosebumps because the dude is saying exactly what we're going through right now, and everything that they did.
I
Destroy
did read
religion,
about that.
destroy it, the education, implement things to cause dysfunction in between people and societies, breaking everybody
Right.
apart.
Right. It's straight out of the communist playbook. It's straight out of Karl Marx's playbook.
Oh yeah, man.
Where the destruction of the nuclear family, the destruction of religion, followed by the destruction of national identity, is what makes a population malleable to communism. And if you look at like the struggle sessions of the 50s and 60s in communist China, when Mao Zedong was losing his foothold on people, he was actually becoming the unpopular leader, and he radicalized youth at the universities to push his agenda and essentially shame the older generation for how they lived. And if you've seen struggle session, it's literally just the same thing you see in the streets of like white apologists for black slavery when none of us ever participated in it or benefited from it whatsoever. I don't care what your views are on it. Nobody in common, not your commoner, did not benefit from it in no way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's one of the things, dude, is like people like the hiding of our history and keeping our kids from knowing what we went through, what happened, the people that were involved, and pretty much just freaking getting rid of that.
Right.
It's a aspect. Go ahead, bro.
It's suppression of information through the most popular media of the time, which back in the 50s and 60s was newspaper and print. Right. And that's a little harder to suppress because once something's out there,
courier letters. Yeah.
Right. And it's in hard copy and it's printed and there's a record of it. Well, the internet is malleable. We go through, I mean, there's I think it's 3 primary server backbones in the army, or not in the army, in the world, with like 280 sub server backbones. and data on them gets regularly wiped and erased all the time. I mean, look, think about it. Yahoo, geosites, largest largest friggin' independent website creator of the internet boom. You can't go back and find any of that information, even what you can find on like the Internet Archive project, the Wayback Machine. It's even sporadic, and the thing about the Wayback Machine is things can be deleted off of there. It's not a fully independent archive. So the internet is such a terrible and malleable place to record human history, due to its instability over time, and it's been proven. I mean, 10-year cycles, information's lost or suppressed or pushed so far down through your internet search history that you're only going to find the most recent things. That is, unless you know where to look, like you have to be an actual internet archivist to be able to figure out what information has been changed, what hasn't been changed, what's been erased, and it becomes such an overwhelming task. But yeah, it's pure suppression of information, overloading of information, because humanity, unfortunately, is a lot like lemurs. We will follow each other to the death. We will. We will walk right off the cliff in front of somebody because we are too busy listening to the person saying, "Don't worry, there's a trampoline at the bottom."
Yeah. It's like that picture that you see of the guy, he's holding on to his wife and he's got a rock on his back and she's getting bit by a snake and like her arm's about to break or some crap like that. And it's like, you're just looking at the survival mode of trying to help them, but it's like, you can't do anything for them if you're freaking jacked up yourself. So you're all screwed.
Right.
Yeah, my buddy Eddie said, it sounds like everybody needs more mushrooms. And he was asking, why did we stop colonization then? And I was asking him what he meant.
Why did we stop colonization?
Right.
Because it became a unpopular practice. It became an
unpopular not only that, we were spread too thin and we couldn't keep control of the colonies, which is why you see like Great Britain, they started losing their hold over like India and Africa.
And do you know why? Do you know why their hold started to loosen? Conscription went down. So conscription of forces went down because they started moving away from conscription and following the United States' method of, well, let's have an all-volunteer force. So they had a semi-all-volunteer force, right? So conscription went down.
Control of everybody.
Right. If you have nobody to maintain security on your holdings and your assets, give up your holdings and your assets, move on to something that's a lot more profitable. And that was the name of the game. Colonialism became unpopular because it became too expensive, both in blood and money, to maintain.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Rhodesia, for example. Those are the guys people referred to them as the last great white hope in the middle of Africa because they were the last vestiges of British colonialism all the way up until the late 70s, early 80s.
Isn't that why they moved all south? You've got all the vestiges of the colonized families.
They're the reason why Zimbabwe exists and why Zimbabwe is such a shithole. Because Zimbabwe was like, we want to manage ourselves. Okay, cool. Well, I don't think you can do
that.
Well, we want to manage ourselves. Okay, we'll fight a war with you because this is our land too. All right, you guys won the war. Congratulations. Manage yourself.
And that's the thing, like, a lot of people that don't understand that is that another thing is why is it that we have to stick our fucking nose in everybody's business? I understand that we have an interest and a stake in like Israel or Ukraine or Serbia or in Taiwan, for instance, and Japan. And it seems like Go ahead, bro.
Global power projection has been the name of the game for centuries.
Yeah.
Global power projection. That's the name of the game. It's been the name of the game for the past 200 years, especially for the United States. But again, power projection is only as effective as your populace's willingness to participate in said power projection.
Exactly. And that's why I
Right.
was saying, like on my last podcast, was the generals have even gone in front of Congress and told them, like, these motherfuckers don't want to join. They don't see it as
Right.
being worth their time. Like, they
Right.
don't care
I'm all
about their
for
country.
defending the
Their
homeland,
hopes
but the
about
way
the
things
US
are,
and fighting for it is just gone.
right.
And that's,
I'm all for
like I said,
defending the
that goes,
homeland.
yep.
But going overseas to deal with the bullshit that we've been dealing with for the past 20 years, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I can't blame even the softest of our generation, like the generation that exists now, that should be
Yeah.
refilling the ranks that we left.
Yeah.
I can't blame them for not wanting to join. I mean, really, I can't.
Yeah. And that's the thing, bro, is like I said, is it's different when you have people that haven't gone through conflict or gone through combat versus the person who has and seen it. It's not something that you would want to wish on anybody. But if the fucking fight comes to our homeland, I really feel sorry for these motherfuckers that are going to try something.
Right. Right. I do too. I mean, it would take overwhelming force in order to take the shores of the United States.
Well, like I said,
So,
man, I mean, you've got these immigrants that are actually here and they're coming from all over the place and they're just walking through our borders. And now we have these imminent threats of, you know, well, something's coming. We know it's going to happen. We just don't know when or where. And it's like,
right.
fuck, now we're just like, we're playing the waiting game. Now it's like a game of reaction versus being proactive. You know what I'm saying? And that's the shitty thing.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I feel bad for any invading force that has to deal with Florida, man. You have meth, guns, and crocodiles.
Right.
And
a shit ton of Mountain Dew.
We were in the 6th Infantry. We understand history. We understand the Seminole campaigns.
Yeah.
And we understand how brutal the Seminole campaigns were. But and it was just because of terrain. It wasn't because the Seminoles could fight. Let's face it, if the Seminoles could fight, we wouldn't have named a fucking football team after them. Okay? So
Yeah.
the reality of it is the terrain of Florida is what you have to deal with the challenge. And then you introduce Fentanyl Freddy that's looking for his fix, and he sees ooh shinies on the invading dude and knows that he can pawn that for a fix. Yep.
Yeah. And that's the thing, man, is the home advantage of coming into this place and thinking that you're going to get over and, you know, and it would, like I said, dude, it would have to take something like, you know, the invading force wiping out our power grid, which is another thing. Like I said, next week they're worried about because the solar eclipse is supposed to be so powerful that grids are going to go down. Then you have to worry about backup systems. Are they going to freaking, you know, what's going to be vulnerable?
I don't believe that for an instant that a solar eclipse is going to be so powerful that our power grids are going to be affected. I don't believe that.
But I think that's going to be the narrative.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to sit here and say, oh, fuck, we just, like the boat in Baltimore, like they don't want to admit that the ship was hacked and taken control of.
Or that it was just simply interfered with.
Right.
That somebody just plugged in a fucking device that sent the entire system into a reboot, into a hard reboot.
Yeah.
Which,
and it's crazy to think that
talking with a friend of mine who works as a tugboat captain, he said that the amount of time it took for the lights to go off and come back on, he said, dude, that just looked like a reboot.
Yeah,
that looked like a full generator recycle.
Yeah. Because you see it in the smokestack when all the smoke comes out of the engine, like it's like a hard start.
That was a hard start, and then throwing it into reverse immediately.
Yeah.
But the problem when you throw it into reverse is the center screws are the ones that move. So then you have to deal with the listing left
The
and
sway.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a heavy, heavy vessel to stop on water.
Yeah. And to think that they had their fucking toxic chemicals at the bow of the fucking ship out in the open, dude, like just right there.
If I recall correctly, hazardous materials like that are usually loaded into the stern of the boat, as far away from the cabin and the engine room as possible. I think that's actually a shipping standard.
Right.
But nah, I mean, I'm gonna just be real. Conspiracy theorists are batting fucking like 100-0 right now. So
oh yeah,
I
dude,
wouldn't put it
everybody's
past
flipping out
anything.
on this shit.
Yeah,
Everybody's flipping out on this shit.
I knew we were falling into the era of the redemption of the conspiracy theorist when they put out the JFK files saying, "Oh yeah, we killed an American president,"
Fuck, dude.
and nobody batted a fucking eye at that.
Yeah. And that's what like I've said before on the podcast is like, if you can only imagine what we're capable of doing to our own people, what the fuck do you think that they're going to be capable of doing now with all the shit that's going on just to get what they want?
Right.
I mean, fuck, dude, they've force vaccinated everybody. We're telling them you either do it or this is going to happen. You're going to lose your job. You're going to fucking lose your home because you can't pick because you don't have a job.
Yeah.
You got family members turning on each other, turning each other in.
Yeah, and the people who don't buy into that bullshit are labeled as fucking crazies.
Exactly. And it's like society was able to turn on themselves and do exactly what the government wanted them to do. And it's like, okay, well, what else are they going to do? What else is coming?
I mean, my wife, she had very mild blood pressure issues in the past because she had preeclampsia in both of her pregnancies. But after she got the vaccination, and she got it because her ex-husband was forcing her boys to get it, so she went ahead and got it with them. And ever since then, dude, she's been in the hospital 6-7 times for blood pressure issues. She cannot take any other medication. She can't take anything. Everything causes her fucking blood pressure to spike now. Literally a Tylenol.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, dude.
And I don't know, dude. My dad had to take it because the VA was like fucking pushing him to do it, and they pushed me to try and do it, and I was like, "Fuck no, I'm not getting that shit. You can kiss my ass."
Yep. I told you know what I mean? I told my doctor to kiss my balls. I'm not doing it.
Hell no. Hell to the no. And a lot of people, dude. I mean, I don't know, bro. I mean,
2 seconds. I got to walk in here real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Spring break, letting the wild animals stay up late.
Fun times.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
So shit, what else we got on the agenda to talk about tonight? I'm fired the fuck up.
I don't know, dude. What do you want to talk about, bro? You can talk about anything.
Bro. This shit in Haiti is fucking wild. That's wild to me. A dude named Barbecue has taken over the nation.
Broke out of the fucking jail and took over. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. A guy named Barbecue.
Yeah. And then he's got a YouTube video where he's just chilling at the table making demands and shit. I'm the new president now.
He was walking around. There was a video of him walking around with a gigantic like Arnold Schwarzenegger sized cigar in his mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, you really are a ridiculous warlord, aren't you?
Right.
Yeah, dude, that shit in Haiti. I mean, honestly, Haiti's been a shithole since the 80s. I mean, hell, your dad was probably down in fucking Haiti with the 82nd. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So it's
Skinnies for days,
been a
dude.
shithole for years, but I don't think we have any business in trying to secure that place. I really don't.
Well, fuck, dude. We've got AFRICOM down there, and I think they
Yeah.
were talking about sending those troops over there, and I totally fucking forgot about them because when we were in Germany, that's when they activated them or got that going, was in like 2008, 2009.
Yep, I remember that.
And you know, now you've got these guys down there, and it's like you can't even freaking replenish the troops that you've got in Iraq and help them out. And now you're talking about pulling every single person in the Middle East out.
Right.
Come on, dude. You couldn't even fucking pull the troops out of Afghanistan. You think this is going to be something that's going to be just really swift and quick? It's going to be a shit show. But yeah, it's going to be freaking nuts, bro.
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to the impact that that's going to cause because, I mean, Haiti is a significant country, whether or not we want to believe it or not. It is, because that's a good little staging area for anybody with a paycheck to go in and now give this warlord money and say, hey, we're going to stage from here and we're going to do some really bad shit. You know, unstable regions within friggin' boating range of the United States is not ideal.
Yep. And not only just like governments, but little, cartels or groups or militias or people that are telling them, hey, we'll give you money, we'll give you freaking weapons, we'll give you freaking vehicles, we'll arm your people and freaking just do what we have to do to freaking, help get our foothold in this to get what they want.
Right.
But yeah, man, freaking
God,
arming
I
up.
don't even know. There's been so much shit in the fucking news lately that it's so hard to keep track of everything now.
Yeah,
like,
I try to stay
can
away
we just keep it to 1-2 major disasters a month, please? Like, we're fucking tired, boss.
Can we tone it down?
I'm tired, Grandpa. I'm tired, Grandpa. This is too much.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking crazy, bro. And this weather, man, has just been like really fucking crazy.
Dude,
I know the day before yesterday it was like fucking 70 degrees, and then it turned around. Now we got a fucking full on blizzard outside.
Yeah, spring did not hit like it was supposed to.
Yeah, the sun came out and said hello, and then it went away.
Yeah. Winter just said deuces. I'm out of here. No, but I think it's fun that people are finally that companies are finally admitting that, oh yeah, all you crazy people talking about contrails. Yeah, that's real. We do that. We make clouds in the sky with our planes.
Yeah, we put fucking chemicals and metals in the air so that way we could fucking 5G them with the towers and shit.
I mean, we're all fucked now. There's microplastics and everything. We're gonna all the shit from all that's gonna be passed on for generations.
Fuck, it's in our soil. Yep.
I don't know, man. Nuclear winter don't sound too bad right now.
Fuck. Could you imagine, dude?
I wouldn't be prepared. I'd be fucked.
Yeah, I'd be shit out of luck right now.
Yeah, I'd be shit out of luck, man. I'd be knocking on the fallout shelter door like, come on, man, let me in.
Hello?
Hello. It's all glowy out here, man. This ain't cool.
There's no light outside, but I'm perfectly fine because I can see where I'm going because I'm glowing. Like fucking
dude, you're
E.T. with a
cannibalizing
glowing
people
finger.
out here. Come on. I don't want to eat Miss Cindy's thigh.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. The world's going to fucking hell in a handbasket, and we've got fucking front row seats.
Hey, man, at least the wicker burns fast. Fall right through the bottom. Maybe you'll end up in circle 6 instead of circle 9.
Right?
It's not too
man.
bad up here. It's
Yeah.
only 380 degrees. Them poor bastards got 440. Look at that.
Yeah. Get a fucking nuclear winter. It's like you have 120.
Look at my skin. It's only slightly charred.
Don't worry about it. The muscle will grow back over the bone.
Yeah, don't worry about the ear that's like on the right side of my head with another ear
above the other one.
Just kind of slid that way. Mutations are fun.
Fuck, dude.
Nah.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Freaking,
I don't think anybody wants to use nuclear weapons on the United States, and here's why. Right, especially our adversaries. China in particular. All right, what is the state of China's farmable land, like the actual land they have available that is in an environment that can be farmed during the entire season?
Oh yeah, it's very minuscule.
They don't have very much of it left that's valid, that's workable.
Which is why they're fucking buying up land here.
Right. So, if you're trying to buy up farmable land and subsequently trying to infiltrate your people through a border crisis, which Chinese nationals have been found with no families, just fighting age males. And your goal is to save your country because they're starving to death, because a life of tofu dreg housing and corpse paste is not manageable.
Yep.
So why would you destroy the only? Yeah, why would you destroy? I mean, for fuck's sake, whoever scores Montana, good for you. You got a lot of farmland up there.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing, bro, is like looking strategically at everything that's going, like the how in the hell is it that all of a sudden there's an earthquake, 2 earthquakes that hit off the coast or on Taiwan's peninsula, right when China is fucking threatening them, a few days afterwards, that shit happens. And then you've got Kim Jong-un, who's just sitting around just fucking popping, missiles out with fucking warheads on them and testing them, and is just sitting back just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep going until fucking somebody does something.
It's they're testing everybody's buttons. They're trying to see how far people will push it. I mean, I'm going to be honest.
Go ahead, dude.
I'm going to be honest. Unless they come over here onto our land to fight us, fuck them. Let them starve to death and wallow in their own chemical soup. All right.
Yeah.
Because the terrain in China, no, I'm good. Fuck that. I wouldn't want anybody over here to fight in that terrain. North Korea, same thing.
Yeah.
I am of the mind of, I don't even give a fuck about South Korea, to be honest. Like, if you end up getting speed bumped by North Korea when they decide to finally say fuck it and send it all, like, Americans get the fuck out. These guys, like, I hope your Samsung TVs can fucking save you, because,
Well, that's like with my buddy McLean that was with me in Camp Casey up there. We're about like 12, 15 miles from the DMZ. Is like every time we would have monthly drills, or we would have our 30-day exercises, training exercises with the South Koreans,
right?
And we would do staging outfits with the 113s, and we would stage up where they needed us to. Dude, those sites where we were at were actual sites.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all predetermined.
Oh yeah. And I was talking to one of the the majors and the colonel that came through, because he was doing like, checks on everybody and making sure everybody was all right. And I told him, I said, sir, like, what is the whole deal with all this? If North Korea was to hit us, like, how would all this go down? He just pretty much told me, he was like, we'll just fend them off as much as we can, just to give South, Seoul and everybody past Seoul a chance to get past it. And I was like, fuck this. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. My dad was at the speed bump.
Yeah. Fuck that, dude.
Same thing.
And then actually going up towards the DMZ, when we would do our live fire exercises and driving the platoon sergeant back and forth, him telling me, if we fire these, mortar rounds and it goes off just slightly out of area, this shit could cause a fucking international crisis. And I'm like, no way. Yeah. And he's like, oh yeah, dude. And I'm like, he's like, you see that right there? He was like, that's our fucking boundary. Like, we can't go past that, because the forward observers would give us our targets. You know what I mean? They would call it out, but we had to have that shit with it fucking precise, bro. And that's the craziness, man, is that, seeing how these people live, and up there, dude, you're talking about fucking grass taller than you. No lights, no electricity, all dark, fucking monsoons, mosquitoes, giant fucking banana spiders.
Yeah, dude, that's just a miserable fucking combat zone. Like, I'd rather go fight in the desert. I'm good.
Yeah, fuck, man. It was crazy.
I'd rather hump 120, 30 pounds up the side of the fucking Himalayan mountains, than suck dick for nickels in a monsoon in South Korea in June. Like, I'm good.
Yeah, dude. It's fucking fun, man. I miss that shit, but I just, I said, I feel sorry for this generation of youth, because they do not have that full sense of pride, honor, integrity, fucking just the whole well-roundedness of all American fucking citizens like we grew up in. I mean, it took fucking 9/11, but if that wouldn't have happened and something came up and they needed us to fucking go to war, we would have went to war. We would have fucking did it.
Right, we would have. 9/11 was funny. That shit was funny, because I got, it's something that I coined makeshift patriots. They're the only ones. They're the ones that, saw 9/11 happen and like, oh, I was affected by it. So they put up the Facebook posts and the sympathy posts, and
it was
yellow
MySpace
ribbons around the trees, and they played Toby Keith every fucking hour on the hour while saluting the flag with their fucking shorts down, or whatever fucking bullshit they had to do. Yeah. Right. But then months later, I mean, not even a year later, you just see less and less of that shit. It's like, oh, did the popularity die off already? That didn't take
patriotism went away. It's time to put it back in the closet.
Right. Grandpa was fucking, his wife was at home while he was slugging it out with fucking old Jerry in the damn in France. Meanwhile, his wife was recycling fucking cans for the war effort. And like, we can't even get people to pick up a fucking Twinkie wrapper off the fucking sidewalk.
Right. And that's what it's come to, bro. Is like, fuck. I was just thinking the other day, dude, about when me and Lasnik went to go pick up the new guys, and we picked up Hinkafint. Oh, and the first thing I looked at Lasnik, dude, and I told him, I said, bro, this kid's a fucking baby. And he was like, what the fuck? And we've got him in the van. And I turned around and I looked at him and I go, what? How fucking old are you? He was all 17. And I'm all, what?
He's like, going on his 17th birthday.
Yeah. I said, dude, what are you doing here? He was like, well, I want to serve my country. I said, I don't want to hear that bullshit, dude. Everybody says that. Why are you here? Do you know where you're leaving to go to in 3 months? Oh yeah, I know. And I said, why would you do that? what made you like want to do that? He was like, I just want to do my part. You know, I just want to be a part of the fight. And I was just like, fucking hell, dude.
So
And
what it was Hinkefent, his best friend in high school. I think he was a year ahead of him in school. He graduated, and I believe he got killed in Ramadi.
yeah, I remember he was saying something about that.
Yeah, he got killed in Ramadi, and that affected him. And he, like, at first he had no intentions of joining the military, but then after that happened, he was like, man, you know what? I want to do that. When I first met that kid, he looked at my CIB and he said, I know what that is. And I want that. That's the only thing I want.
Yeah.
He said, if I serve 20 years in the Army and that's the only thing I get, I will be happy. And I'm like, hot damn, we got us a fucking infantryman, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
dude.
I love that kid. He was such an amazing soul.
Yeah, he was always fucking smiling, even when we were getting yelled at. He had that smirk on his face. And
brother, he was smiling on his deathbed.
Yeah,
he was smiling on his deathbed, brother.
Yeah, when me and Lasnik went to go pick up his parents, bro, and we had to drive him to the hospital. I remember they were asking us a bunch of questions and stuff, and I just looked at Lasnik, dude, and I was like, "Fuck, dude, I don't want to do this." And I remember walking into the hospital, and they were behind us, and we were gonna take him into the office. They had his fucking door open, bro, and we walked by, and I remember, like, I turned around and his mom just went straight to the room, and I was like, fuck. And it was just bad because he was just bleeding, dude, out of his nose and his mouth.
Yeah.
And the nurse was like trying to tell her, like, you know, come out of the room real quick. Like, they didn't want to, they were trying to get him cleaned up.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just really bad, dude. And
dude,
a lot of people don't see that side of everything. They don't experience it. And that's why I said, like, the fucking core root of every veteran that has served or has had friends that have gone through some bullshit and have lost somebody. Fuck, dude, these kids don't fucking understand.
Right.
That's why I said it's going to come to the point, bro, where it's going to take all of us, old motherfuckers, young motherfuckers, but all the guys that stood up before, it's going to come to that point, man. And if something does pop off, I fucking feel sorry for these fucking dudes, because this is like fucking Invasion 2.0. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, this is part 2,
right.
and you're fucking going to try something here, dude. Like, you're fucking asking for an ass whipping.
Right. Yeah. I mean, did you see the study that came out the Department of Defense did on the Department of the Army, and showed that the southern United States has borne the responsibility for 75% of the recruitment effort in the United States for the past 25 years.
Yep. Sad, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. And that over the past 20 years, in particular, the MEP stations that are in like major blue cities, like, they don't receive as much as you'd think.
No.
It's your podunk recruiting stations and your podunk MEPs, the ones in the middle of nowhere, that receive the most.
These motherfuckers that have nowhere else to go, that are living a life where they have nothing else, and this is their only way out.
And that's what Coleman came from. Hinkie came from that. I mean, don't get me wrong, he came from money. That boy's daddy was rich. And he had a incredible life. I mean, fucking 3.8 GPA, I think the kid had, fucking coming out of high school, had been dating the same girl since like second grade or some shit, or kindergarten, right? They were going to get married as soon as he got back from Iraq. All of that. Like, this kid had his entire life ahead of him, and like, he got one whiff of a sense of duty and like ran with it. And that's rare nowadays. Dude, he didn't have to join the Army. He could have gone to a fucking Ivy League school, right?
Yeah.
He could have been like his brother. His brother, if I'm not mistaken, is an amateur, like an AHL hockey league fucking player, right?
Yeah.
Hinky played hockey in school.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I fucking loved that boy, and
Yeah,
dudes like that are fucking rare nowadays.
Oh yeah, man. And that's the trippy thing.
The individuals that have been that build up the military now, in order to maintain some modicum of tradition and responsibility, it's going to be up to families like mine, who was traditionally military. Like we joined the army. If you cannot join the army, you go do something else with your life. But primary choice in my family lineage has always been the military first.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what I mean, dude. It's like a generational thing. Like it was just like a sense of duty, like sense of pride. Like you knew, and you know, having different arrays of people that had, you know, you got rich kids, you got poor kids, you got middle class people, you got fucking Asians, blacks, fucking whites, whatever.
We
all fucking did everything together. It was no fucking segregation whatsoever.
We are slowly devolving as a nation of patriots, right? As far as defense of the nation is concerned, we are devolving from a nation filled from coast to coast with patriots, with, you know, even though they may not care about the day-to-day things, they have some sense of patriotism.
Right.
They have a love of country. But we have devolved from that to now what seems to be pre-fall of Rome, lackadaisical, like
scary, right?
Pre-lackadaisical, or pre-fall of Rome era, where everything's just, nothing makes sense anymore, and the defense of the nation is literally left to warrior castes. People who are still true, you know, what Roman legionnaires called true to the sword, right?
Yeah.
Generations of fighters are what's going to do that. And now, because of everything that's happening, your generation of fighters are no longer wanting to stand up in defense of your country, like in defense of America itself, or defense of the government. They're wanting to stand up in defense of America itself, which puts them outside of the ranks.
Right. And that's the crazy thing too, bro, is generations. Look at that movie that's coming out, Civil War. How crazy is that
right.
Fuck.
Thanks, Obama.
What side are you on? He's all, what side are you on? America's. Well, which one? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm on the side that uses 5.56, right?
I'm on
not on the side that uses 7.62 by 3.9.
That's a nice 2-2.
I'm on the side that uses glorified 22s. Okay.
Hollow points. That's funny.
Sorry, wife walked in. Garage door's a little loud.
Oh, you're good, bro. Yeah, man, if you got to go, let me know, man. We'll get together and plan a thing where we can sit down and have like a full on,
agenda,
you know, yeah, like where we could just sit down and talk about, you know, our brothers and just fucking have a day of remembrance or something. And we'll try and bring some more people on, because I got Matt was on right now. And
really? Shit, speaking of dudes, I gotta give Robo a call soon. He called me and I forgot to call him back.
Yeah, man, we'll try and get some more guys on. I'll put it out there and we'll make it happen, bro.
Right. Sounds good to me, man.
Hell yeah. Well, I love you, man. You take care of yourself and take care of the family. And if fucking shit hits the fan or something, man, and we can't get a hold of each other, I don't know, man. Maybe we'll have to fucking get a fucking link up spot where we get all the guys together and we just fucking make a goddamn Oregon Trail wagon.
Meet at the Four Corners.
Yeah,
the Four Corners
fucking we'll
right
have to do
there.
some,
Fucking Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Nevada.
yeah, we'll have to fucking do
Yeah, it was a eat leftovers, fend for yourself. Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
We don't do that
'cause
shit
it's
here.
Friday and fuck cooking.
Here's $100. Go get McDonald's.
Right.
Fucking A, dude.
Well, anyway, man, I'll let you go. It's good talking to you. It's
All right,
good being
brother.
on.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And like I said, I'll let you know. We'll get together and we'll have a little agenda. We'll figure out some stuff, man.
Right. That'd be good.
All right, brother.
All right. Later, man.
Take care of yourself, man.
Yeah. Love you, dude.
All right, bro. Love you too. All right, folks. Well, I'm going to end it right there. It's always good to have my buddies on, my brothers. Just hanging out, talking, shooting the shit. So thank you, everybody, for coming on. It's been about 4.5 hours. Hope you all enjoyed the show. Hope you guys liked it. And thank you guys all for being here and joining the Secret of the Unknown podcast. And if you guys want to talk about anything or get into any of the topics that we're discussing, just hit me up, shoot me a message on Facebook or YouTube or on X, and I will get back to you. And thank you guys again. It's been great. Have a safe weekend. Be careful and be aware of your surroundings, please. Please, please, please. I can't mention it enough. Just be aware of your surroundings. Know what's going on. Be aware. Be armed. Be vigilant. And I will see you guys soon. If not next Friday, before then, for sure. So thank you guys. And I appreciate everybody. And I will see you. Have a good one.